helps individuals reach the fullest potentials by navigating through the path of discovery, awareness, and clarity. Fantastic stuff. His area of expertise includes people strategy, leadership development, and policy consultancy, a triangle of influence in the corporate private sector, including government ambassadors and international representation. Samuel has deployed training engagement for several brands, such as the Nigerian Civic Aviation Authority, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, the Dana Air, Chi Limited, Access Bank PLC. He has also partnered with several international organizations in strategic partnerships and has assisted and facilitated many training with other mainstream individuals. Omo, this profile is heavy. Good morning, sir. I hope you're having a great day. You can unmute, you can share your video. How are you doing?
Hi, Mr. Obike. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining. Can everybody see my slides? Can you see me?
I can see your slides, but I can't see you.
Okay, I'm sure you can now.
Yes, I can. But I'm curious, sir. How do you manage to juggle all the many hats you wear? How do you manage to stay productive? Because what I read is very intimidating, and I want to be like you when I grew up.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Obike. We all understand that the octopus has nine different hands, and each of those hands, do different kind of things at a time. An octopus can use one hand to, like I said, an octopus has about 9 hands altogether and can use those hands differently to do so many things at a time. So this is some of the things that we are learning from.
Okay. I'm looking forward to the amazing
Fantastic.
insights we'll be sharing in the session. Yes, if you're joining us, Mr. Samuel is about to kick off. Tell someone you know to come in now and not miss the session. You have the floor, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obeke. Good morning, everyone. Um, I hope you are having a fantastic time, and I hope that this short period of time that I'm going to be using to speak to us, we are going to learn as much as possible. Uh, can you still see my slide? Can you still see my slide? If you can see my slide, can you just give me a thumbs up on the comment section?
No, I can't see your slide, sir.
Yeah, is it visible now? Can you see it now? Right.
Not okay.
Yes, your slide is showing now.
Yes, the slide is showing.
Fantastic. So once again, good morning, everyone. Like Mr. Obike has said, my name is Samuel Olabulo, and everything that he has mentioned about me are just some of the things that I do. And today, what I'm going to speak to us about is really not much. It's just like an eye-opener. Is not to some of the things I already know, because most of us that are here on this call are business owners, consultants, coaches, therapists, and lot of us doing businesses in the coaching industry. So I'm just going to, be speaking to us about some of the things that we know and that I also need to open our eyes to, so that we begin to see from a broader view or perspective the industry that we work in, and then begin to see how much of how we can leverage on these opportunities and then become as big as possible that we could. So what I quickly want to share, before I continue to share my slide, right, I'm just going to be quoting some figures so that we get acquainted to that. So there are some figures I'm going to be quoting today. And most of these figures are from an organization that we know as PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, right? The PwC is an organization that, they are an accountancy and a consulting organization that does worldwide reviews on so many things, across the globe. And, consistently for over 4 years, they have done reviews about the world of coaching, right? And it will amaze you to know that coaching is one of the biggest industries in the globe as we speak. The second largest industry in the world as we speak, right? Following behind IT. And if you know what that means, so it's an industry that, makes a GDP of $20 billion annually. So this is the industry that we all function in, an industry that makes about $20 billion annually. And this even grows by 15% every year, all right? And I even know some organizations that, their annual GDP, a coaching organization that makes an annual GDP of $14.6 million annually, right? I personally know the CEO of that organization. They make about $14.6 million annually. And if you convert that into Naira, that's about 21 billion Naira. You can imagine if you as a business owner or you as an individual coach or trainer, a consultant, makes that kind of money in a year. That's a big deal, right? Just letting us know that this is the industry that we work in. There's so many, viable opportunities that we can begin to leverage on, based on the informations that are available to us, right? And that we can leverage and then make use of. So to start with, what we're going to be discussing, with ourselves today, is talking about coaching, the way of the future for dynamic businesses, personal growth, and corporate development, right? And this was even a quote by PwC, right? They said, coaching is a way of the future for dynamic businesses, personal growth and corporate development. And of course, they also said that corporate and executive coaching is the key to employee and organizational growth. And the last statement that they made, from this slide is that they said, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. What does this mean? Is that people who work with organizations really do not have access to the owner of the organizations. Most of the times, the people they have access to are the managers that they work with in their different units. So, and most of the reasons why people leave, that attrition happen in organization, is because of the way they are treated, is because of the relationship that these people have with their managers. And this is dependent on the knowledge that is available to the manager, that they work with in their unit and all of that. So people do not leave, they don't leave organizations, they leave their managers. And the managers that are not, cultured, that are not trained, that doesn't understand the power of coaching, they just begin to do things the way they feel that they could do it. And this is where the power of coaching comes in, right? So what do we know about coaching, right? What I know personally, and what most of us knows, is that coaching works, right? And of course, if it doesn't work, most of us will not be into coaching, right? We will not be therapists, we will not be consultants, we will not be corporate, life, and executive coaches as much as possible. And of course, for those of us who are, from the eastern part of Nigeria, who are Igbos, right? If anything doesn't work, you don't see them there, right? And of course, everybody across board, if you are Yoruba or Igbo, whichever tribe that you come from, of course, nobody wants to reckon with something that doesn't work. So it is important for us to know that coaching, it works, right? And the second thing there is that it is mad. Coaching is mad. What does it mean that coaching is mad? It makes a difference. And the kind of difference that it makes is that it makes a difference for good. Of course, you cannot encounter someone who is either a life, corporate, executive coach, or whichever quadrant that you function in the coaching industry. You cannot encounter anyone in any of these quadrants and they leave you sad. They don't do that. What they do to you after the meeting is that they leave you elated. They leave you better than you were before. So it makes a difference for the good, right? Coaching is mad. It makes a difference for the good. That's on the individual level. And if you also look at it from the organizational level, right? If you look at the huge and growing returns on investment, it's crazy, right? And I'm going to be giving us quoting some figures, like I said before, and we will see what the power of coaching can do, to individuals, like I said, and of course, corporate entities as much as possible, right? So these quotes, all of these things that I'm going to be, we're going to be seeing from my slides are some of things that information that I was able to gather from the review that PwC made, right? And this was a global annual review on coaching by PwC. The first one there is ROI in executive coaching. And Harvard Business Review says that the goal of coaching is the goal of good management, right? To make the most of an organization's valuable resources. So what is that trying to say? Is that any organization that is going to, that is going to skyrocket. What do I mean by that? They are going to make, their management team do well. Everything rises and falls on, the access to coaching that they have, right? Another organization called Metrics Global, and you can also look up all of these, these facts and figures, and if after my presentation, if anybody needs these slides, I would gracefully, share with anyone that may want to request for it, right? Another organization called Metrics Global, very big organization, they came with this review and said that the bottom line, coaching produced a 529% return on investment. You can imagine that 529% return on investment. And that's a significant and intangible benefit to business. You can imagine if you, as an individual coach, or you run an organization, made a GDP of 529% return on investment. That's crazy. It's out of this world, right? So the benefit is to your business and to you as an individual is crazy. People they can't just fathom it, right? So the study provided this powerful insight into how we can maximize business impact from just executive coaching, right? Let me move ahead. All right. So another one, Manchester Review, and this review was done independently over 300 companies. They made this review was done on 300 different organizations, and they came out with these these facts and figures, and they said coaching delivered an average ROI of 570% their initial investment. Isn't that crazy? You know, and this is an indication for us to know, and it's also an eye-opener for us as coaches to know that the industry that we work in is big, is huge, and then it helps us to begin to position ourselves as much as possible, seeing, you know, opportunities, and then being able to leverage as much as possible on these opportunities that present themselves to us per time, right? So they said coaching delivered an average ROI of 570% the initial investment that the organizations, you know, put into it. So what does that mean? Is that for every dollar, for every penny, for every naira, across these 300 companies that they made a review on, they made 570% ROI on their initial investment, right? And that speaks to executive productivity improvements, reported 53% on their executives, organizational strength, 48%, right? Quality improvement, 48%, customer service improvements, 39%. You know, the power of retaining their executives who received coaching, 32%, right? Direct reports and supervisors relationship improvement, that is greater than 70%. Isn't that crazy, right? If you also look at teamwork, all of these things that were mentioned are things that are very core and important to every organization. And if you look at the percentage increase in all of these things, you will see that they are very, very significant, right? Let's go ahead. Another review that was made on more than 600 individual companies, as much as possible, right? For those who received between 4 and 7 coaching sessions, right? From either a master coach, right? Or from the level of a senior coach, a master coach, or a fellow coach, right? Senior level coach, a master coach, or a fellow coach, depending on what the organizations could afford. 600 companies, and they came out with this fact. They said that purchasers of coaching stated better people management skills, which is about 58%, increase in job motivation, 53%, improved work-life balance, 48%, improved job motivation, 42%. We can see the power of coaching. We can see, you know, the magnificent power that coaching delivers to, you know, individuals and corporate entities as much as possible. And they came up with some other facts, and they said that 48% of purchasers of coaching stated having quantifiable measures of ROI from, so the quantifiable measures of the ROI that they got is very important to them, right? Let's move ahead. Right, so let's leave that quadrant and then see local case studies from people who received executive team coaching, relevant data from executive team coaching, right? You know, so what this means is that people who are on the executive levels that received coaching, you're speaking to, you know, about 12 number of people, extended board team, right? Central management, heads of production teams, and all of that. Then looking at general profiles, people who are experienced, senior managers who have spent, about 10 years and more in management positions, all of that as much as possible. An estimated ROI of 750%. I mean, an organization can queue for that. For you as an owner of an organization, just for your team to receive, your executive team to receive coaching, and then that helps you to get or to make an ROI of 750, estimated ROI of 750%. I mean, that's out of this world, and it's really crazy, right? They said that, some of them received more high income of more than 100,000 euros per year, based on the executive coaching that they receive. And of course, average impact on board decisions, they were able to make, more than 1 million euro per meeting. I mean, that's crazy and out of this world. And that shows to us the power of coaching, what coaching can deliver to a lot of people, and the power that coaching does in every lives of individuals as much as possible. So another measurable criteria that we can also look at is speaks to general time effectiveness in board meetings moved up by 78%, just by the power of coaching. Time effectiveness related to agreeing on a decision moved up by 66% through the power of coaching, right? The quantity of decisions that were made per meeting moved up by 54%, right? The quality of decisions taken, which impacted the ability to sell to peers, moved up by 44%. That speaks to maybe their sales team and all of that, just for them to receive coaching, and then he was able to, to ginger them up. They received that, and then he helped them, he moved them up by 44%. Information sharing, I can speak about this information sharing over and over again, because I've experienced it in different organizations that I worked with, and I saw that, some of these people who are at the senior management levels, they find it very difficult to share information, distribute information, amongst the team, right? The information they have, they want to keep it. And I'm sure that most of us too have, in some ways, experienced this kind of things that, people are trying to hoard information because they want to, they want to own these informations to themselves as much as possible. So, but through the power of coaching, information sharing and distribution went up by 88%, and that's very significant, right? Managerial risk taking on new projects, right, both strategic and tactic, came down. The risks that were taken on new projects came down by 33%, right? The degree of project and all of that, you can go on and on and on, right? So let's move ahead because of our time. So in-person coaching is judged most effective by 70% of executive coaching, right? Against just by 30% who selected coaching, phone coaching, and all of that. Yeah, and you can, I can share this slide with us so that we can just get acquainted to all of these figures, so that I don't just keep boring us with, percentages and figures and all of that as much as possible. Right, so looking at trends that, that are coming together in these days and times and all of that, that, that we need to come to stay around, to stay with in this world that we're in right now, both in the world and in the world of coaching. We can see that young and dynamic populations are rising, of course, and we must begin or continue as coaches and as coach organizations, continue to leverage on these opportunities, look at the direction at which these things are moving, and then we see how we can leverage our businesses, our personal coaching businesses, and our organizations in the regions that we function, and then begin to leverage on these opportunities as much as possible. Young and dynamic populations are growing as much as possible. Nigeria as a country has a population of over 200, about 220 million people, and 60% of the population of Nigeria are under the age of 25. And these are the numbers of people that we have that works, in organizations and all of that. And if you also look at, other countries, other nations, another example I gave, figure that I gave was is Vietnam. In the 70s, they had a population of 35 million. But today, there are over 70 million of them. And the average age is under the age of 26. And these are the quadrant of people that we see, in the economy of the nations, in corporate organizations, doing businesses as much as possible. And we can even see that in these days and times, as against how it used to be before, that it is only people who are between the ages of 50, 40, 50, and 60s that are becoming CEOs of organizations. In this day and our time, we would see that people who are in their 20s, 25, 30, are becoming CEOs of organizations. And this is rested on, the populations that, that we have currently, right? And then these are the trends that we see coming up in these days and time. And we as coaches, as owners of organizations, has to look at the directions that these things are moving towards, and then begin to see how we can tap into these trends and then leverage on them as much as possible to do business, right? Of course, technology is also growing as much as possible. And we all know that in the days of our parents, most of us, while I was growing up, I think as much as I could remember now, I only follow my dad once in a month for him to receive calls. I live in Lagos, and somewhere around Ikeja, Ogba area, if anybody knows that area. And so we drive from our house to somewhere we call NIJ, right? Just for him to receive calls and speak to, some of his cousins, his brothers that they have, if abroad and all of that. So, and we go to this designated phone call center, so to put it, this NIJ center just to receive calls and be able to speak to your families. But in this day and time, it is no longer like that. Everybody on this call you either have a phone, you have a tablet, you have access to technology as much as possible, right? And these are the things that are driving change as much as possible. So, and we must also learn, and if it is not about learning alone, know how to leverage on all of these things. We are all using Zoom, to be able to speak to ourselves right now as much as possible. Imagine if I had to come all the way to Abuja to come and speak to us about what I'm talking about now. What that is going to cost me in terms of, my time, what is going to cost me in terms of my money, and every other thing is going to stress me and all of that. And I may not be able to function as much as possible. By the time I get to Seka Africa, I must have been tired and may not be able to deliver as much as I expected to do, right? So technology is driving change as much as possible, and we must see how we can also leverage on all of these things and, see how they work for us as much as possible. So telephones are everywhere, webinars are happening, people are leveraging on Skype, we have our tablets, smartphones, social media, people are cutting costs as much as possible. And this is even part of cost cutting that, I just said, that I don't have to waste a lot of money coming all the way to Abuja to have this presentation, right? So moving ahead, changes are happening in the world of work, right? And as much as possible, we must also see how we can, as these things changes, we must also change alongside and then, make it, allow this change to happen to us positively, right? So rapid changes are happening, younger workforce are rising up, to the managerial level, against what it used to be before that. If you work in an organization, people who are the managers, who are the senior level are in their 50s, some of them in their 60s. No longer like that, right? World right now, we're beginning to, I mean, I know people who are heads of HR. I think I can mention they are just in their early 30s and about 3 to 4 countries altogether, right? In their mid-30s, early 30s, mid-30s, just about one of them that I know that is in his early 40s, right? So a younger workforce are coming up on the managerial level. And of course, they are moving up the value chain as fast as possible. Mobilities are increasing too, right? For those who are core, into core HR, if you have a GPHR, you are, a globally mobile professional, right? You can function anywhere. And the world is even, attrition is happening as much as possible. People are leaving organizations as it used to, against the way it used to be before that, some of our parents will work with, they could either work with organizations for 20, 30, 40 years, some of them, and they are doing the same thing. It is no longer the same. People are leaving organizations as fast as possible in these days and time. I was speaking with somebody and he said, he cannot work with an organization more than 3 years, maximum 4 years. He's even, he wants to leave because he wants to experience things from different perspectives, right? This is what is happening these days and times, right? Mobility is increasing. People are leaving, they are leaving their regions, they are leaving their countries, they are finding better options, in different parts of the world. People are leaving one organization for the other. This is causing positive impact for globalization as much as possible, right? Changing nature of business itself. A lot of things, old ways are not working, right? Old ways are not working. Increasing diversity within the workplace, right? We now have people from different cultures, backgrounds, and even people doing remote jobs, right? In different organizations, different countries. Now, you can be in Nigeria and be working in Vietnam. You can be in Nigeria and then you're working in the US, you can be doing remote jobs. And this is causing a lot of things to happen, right? And also because of the age and time that we're in right now, you cannot, is even allowing people not to, how do I put this? The generation of people that we have in the workforce, we have to be mindful of the way we treat them. We have to be mindful of the way we talk to them so that they don't just wake up one day and then they leave the organization, right? Because they have options. People now have options, right? Hierarchies are beginning to flattening up. It is no longer the way it used to be before, right? Hierarchies are beginning to flattening up. Increasing incidences of virtual teams coming up, less organized democracy because of workforce. Workforce are more aware, people are more aware about things that are going on in the world, unlike the way it used to be before where, informations are limited. It is no longer the way it is now, right? Things are changing in the world, and then we must find a way to change alongside. Please, if you are there, if you are following me, let me just see, let me see. Just give me a thumbs up in the comment section so that I know that people are following me. Right? So methodologies in management, right? The way it used to be before, the traditional way that things used to work before is about command and control. And let me just give you something that I experienced some time ago, a very long time ago. I was working in the bank then, and I left work as at 9 p.m. I drove all the way from the island back to my house. I go home around 10:30, 10:45. And then I got a call from our GM, and he called me. So we used to have a phone, right? That the phone must not go off. At any point in time, must the phone go off? Must it ever go off? So I got a call and he said, "Young man, how are you?" I said, "I'm fine, sir." He said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm just getting home just about some minutes ago." He said, That's fantastic. Can you just get into the house and freshen up and then blow your wife a kiss and take the next available taxi back to the head office?" I said, "What did you say, sir?" I said, so he said, "Let me repeat myself again so that you understand what I'm saying. There's a problem at hand currently that we need to sort out. Can you just get into the house, freshen up, blow your wife a kiss, and take the next available taxi back to the head office?" I didn't have a choice. I had to do exactly what he said. And he said, the phone, you don't have to cut off the phone. I would stay online until you tell me that you are in the taxi and on your way back to the head office. That is the traditional way that things used to work before. It is no longer the way it works now. I mean, you can't tell a Gen Z that has left work at 5 p.m., right, and is back to his house, and probably some of them are even taking some remote jobs coupled together with the work they are doing for you, and then you are calling them to say that, "Can you take the next available taxi, come back to the head office?" It doesn't work. They won't even pick your call until the next morning that they have business with you. But the world is changing. The style that is prevalent now is the coaching style. If you don't adopt coaching style as an individual trainer, as an individual coach, or you are leading an organization, I mean, you just wake up one day and then you see everybody has left the organization. We have to learn the act of coaching, how coaching impacts, people's performance in organizations and in their individual lives as much as possible, right? So it is no longer methodologies in management is no longer the way it used to be before. Coaching styles is becoming more prevalent across the globe. All right. So what are the trends that are coming up? What are the trends that are coming up together? Like I said before, coaching is becoming more prevalent in the world. And let me just say this before I forget, that in Africa, as we speak now, right, we have less than 1% of African leadership, so less than 1% of Africa's leadership professionals, they only have access to less than 1% of formal coach training and credentials. So this is a big market, right, for every one of us to be able to leverage on as much as possible, for an organization like SECA Africa, beyond our immediate location and all of that. And for most of us too, that are business owners, are into coaching and all of that, right? I mean, the African market is very wide. We have, like I said, just less than 1% of leadership professionals, they have access to coach trainings and credentials as much as possible. And if you look at what is happening currently in the world, even in the world of HR, I mean, I have a friend, about two of my friends in Canada are into HR, and it is becoming like something that is very important now, that it is important for you to have as an HR professional, that you must have a coach training, certified and globally accredited coach training for you to be able to function on the senior level management, right? We can see that these are the trends that are happening, and then we have to begin to be able to adopt these principles even in our environment and our businesses too, even our careers too, as much as possible. So coaching is becoming more prevalent across the globe, and mobility, people are becoming so mobile, you know, information sharing, people are working online, people are becoming more internationally focused, and we have a very young world uprising. And of course, outsourcing is very prevalent in this day and time. And of course, the last thing there is, you know, competition. A lot of competitions are happening, you know, all over the globe, and then we must be able to see how we can also leverage on these two as much as possible. Mobility, right? And some of these things I'm going to mention here is as a result of some privileged information that I got, right, from a global organization that I'm in partnership with, right? So Lenovo is the third largest computer company on the planet. As I speak to us right now, they don't have a corporate headquarters. Their executives, they just, anywhere they find themselves, either in an hotel, anywhere, conference center, they just open their computers and then they've started work, right? We can see that mobility is becoming prevalent in a situation where people are saying, I don't have an office, I don't have a place to function. You can even be in your bedroom and then begin to work in this day and time, right? If Lenovo, the third largest computer company on the planet, don't currently, as we speak, they don't have a corporate headquarters anymore, right? Their executives just go anywhere in the world and open their system, and then they've started work, right? We can see that mobility is becoming something so prevalent in these days and time. And of course, 2 in every 5 IBM employees globally, they don't have an office. They do not have an office. They work anywhere they find themselves, right? And of course, there is this Indian American consultant. His name is called Ram Charan, right? He's a very close friend to, you know, one of my master mentors in the world of coaching, right? This man's name is called Ram Charan. He is one of the most successful, most expensive, and most influential management consultants that we have currently alive. I mean, the last time I was having a conversation with my mentor, he told me that the last time he had a conversation with him, he told him that he now currently charges $50,000 just to have a coaching session with any organization whatsoever per day. He charges $50,000. You may not have access to that, the amount he charges online, but you can look him up, Ram Charan. If you look up Ram Charan online, you would see two names. One is a filmmaker and the other one is a consultant, right? Ram Charan is one of the most successful, most expensive, and the most influential management consultant alive that we have. Why am I trying to say this is that he has spent the last 25 years plus sleeping in hotels and working on planes and all of that, right? And he sends his laundry back to his secretaries back in Dallas, just to laundry the clothes and dry clean the clothes, and then send back to him wherever he finds himself, right? He will just give them the address of the place he's going to be, maybe for a week or for a month, and then they send his clothes to him, right? we can see that mobility is becoming prevalent. I mean, and we have to be able to see how we can leverage on this also as much as possible, right? You know, Polish surgeons, they commute every week to work in Nottingham, England, you know, back and forth, back and forth. And this is because mobility is becoming prevalent. Also, British people travel to Estonia for stag parties. What I mean by stag parties is that, you know, they attend parties that are mainly for men who are, you know, waiting to get married and all of that, right? So what I'm trying to say is that mobility is becoming prevalent as much as possible. So what are the techniques, because of our time, you know, that we're looking at? New coaching models are coming up. And these coaching models are being aimed specifically at managers. They are aimed at teams, right? It is called team coaching, right? They form a number of senior level management officials together, and then they offer team coachings to them. And then, of course, we as individuals, as coach organizations, begin to see how we can also leverage on these kind of opportunities, and then see how it works for us too, right? The form coaching circles, what we call the Mastermind Alliance, and all of that, right? So these are some of the techniques that you know, are also coming up, you know, and really blowing up in the coaching industry. Group coaching, you know, facilitated group process that is led by a professional coach and formed with the intention of maximizing the combined energy, experience, and wisdom of individuals who choose to join in order to achieve organizational objectives and individual goals, right? So for us as individual coaches and then organizations too, we can see this as opportunities, and then form a group of people together, say, look, my mentor does this too, and it does this as a lot, and it charges $100,000 for team coaching, right? Just a number of, say, about 10 to 12 you know, senior level managers, executives comes together, and then they receive team coaching. It charges about $100,000 for that. Some of them 150, some of them 200, depending on their level, right? I think I'm almost done with my shares, right? Global new employment criteria for senior level managers, right? Currently, organizations like, and of course, this is also another privileged information that I got from my mentor. So organizations like Coca-Cola globally, Pepsi-Cola, Santander Bank, Citibank, worldwide, they are now accepting coaching credentials as criteria for employment into senior level management positions. So for all of us on this virtual webinar as we speak, that have, you know, globally accredited coaching credentials, you can work. So whatever quadrant, whatever industry that, you know, you think you can function in as much as you have a minimum of a PCC certificate, and then you have global accreditation, you can work in senior level management. You can even function as a consultant employee working with organizations, and then you give them maybe 1 day or 2 days of your time working as coach with as group heads, as senior level managers in those organizations as much as possible. And these are some of the things that are becoming, you know, they are becoming rampant, they are becoming, you know, globally accepted. And if you see anything happening majorly in the West, before you know it, it's beginning to happen also in the African continent. So we can also begin to, you know, leverage on most of these opportunities as much as possible, right? To see how we can benefit from some of these things, right? And finally, leadership. The definition of a manager versus a leader is that managers do the right thing, and leaders, people who are truly leaders, and most of us as coaches, what do? We do the right thing, right? Managers do things right, but leaders do the right thing, right? We go out of the norm. We think outside the box because of the trainings, because of the information that we have at our disposals helps us to do the right thing. And then coaching turns managers into leaders. So why am I trying to say all of these things? Is because most of us that are on these webinars are coaches, trained, accredited and globally certified, and then we begin to see how we can leverage our leadership capacities, leverage our leadership capacities, on all of these informations that we have at our disposals today, and then see how it works for us, works for our businesses, and then see how we can also leverage on some of the opportunities that we may have access to based on some of these informations that are available to us, and then see how it works for us as much as possible. So finally, a leader is best when people barely knows he exists, right? Not so good when people obey and acclaim him as the leader, right? Worse when they despise him. But of a good leader who talks little, when his work is done, is fulfilled. And they will all say, we did it ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And I hope that with the little points that I've been able to share with all of us this morning, I've been able to give some vital information that we can leverage on and see how this begins to work for us as business owners and individuals as much as possible. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. I like this presentation. Yes. Let's go ahead, use the chat session. Let's give him the feedback. Let's drop our question. I like the fact that you have set the tone for us to understand that we really cannot do much if we do not retool, if we don't reskill, if we don't arm ourselves with the competencies that will help us do better, not just locally, but also globally. And coaching is one of them. I like the fact that you have looked at the money parts, that there's money to be made from this thing.
A lot of money.
There's a part of me that always want to ask, what's the need for me? Will I make money from it? Well, don't judge me. Just say, oh, you are Igbo. But again, why do you want to have a skill that cannot be translated into money? That should be impact and money. So when we are doing the impact and we're making lives better, we're also footing the bills, and that is what coaching, the perspective you shared this morning. The statistic shows it. So it means that if people get more serious with their profession, their career, their competencies, they have better chances of increasing their value, which can translate to how much they can earn, or how much value that can be exchanged. My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Now you are back.
Okay, I'm so sorry. The network threw me out. Yes,
Right.
yes, we were reiterating the essence of coaching and the essence of having skills that can help us do better in the job market. Thank you so much for that insight. Do we have any question for Mr. Samuel? Yes, just a quick announcement because Mr. Samuel has touched on something very, very important. And for everyone here who would like to um, get better, become professional coaches, certified coaches, Seka Africa has an upcoming coaching class this November. You wouldn't want to miss it. It's important that you join that class. It's a 3-in-1 course. It's a 3-in-1 class. That certification class helps you to become a life coach, a business coach, and an executive coach at the same time. So imagine earning these three powerful competencies in one certification class. It runs from Wednesday 19th to Sunday 23rd November, and it's virtual. It means that you have the opportunity to be in that class. It is virtual. You can join from any part of the world. It's important that you get that competency and see yourself do so much. Look at the numbers there. Imagine that coaching as a career is the topmost, it's one of second most rewarding career outside IT. What that means is that if you have a very strong IT background and you add coaching to your background in IT, you are made. Like you can't say, I don't have money or I don't have a platform. So those are some of the things you look at, retooling your competencies. Wednesday 19th to 23rd November 2025. It runs 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Wednesday to Saturday, virtual. So remember that. And Sunday, it is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. It is virtual, so you can join everywhere you are across the world. Become a certified life coach, a certified business coach, and a certified executive coach in this class coming up. So we'll share more details in the comment section regarding that. The fee is 500K, 500,000 naira. Or you can start paying now. Don't wait till November. You can start saying, you know what? I want to secure my seat. I'm dropping such an amount of money. By so and so, I finish it. Don't wait till you have the 500. You may not come to that point, but you can start making a commitment and start saying, I have seen the need for me to become this. I have seen the competencies I need to develop. I have seen that it is important. I can't do so much if I do not up my game, if I do not increase. The coaches here that are doing so well will tell you that some of the things they have learned in class, whether it is the mental health first aid class or in the life coaching class, whatever class hosted by Seka, it has really helped them to translate into empowering people, making an impact, and of course, putting something into the wallet. Okay, so look at the so much impact you can make in life coaching as a business coach and as an executive coach. Do not miss that class. Wednesday 19th to 23rd November 2025. It holds 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. weekdays. Sunday, it is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Reach out to us via DM. I'm sure you can see the Seka logo. Go into the DM and ask for a seat. Ask for a seat. Ask for a payment plan. Negotiate how you do that so that you get into class and so that by November you are done with your payment. It's important that you do that. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. That was a very powerful session, and it sets the tone for our conversation this morning. Okay. I would like to have one person, before we move to the next session, give a summary of what the last session was like for you. You can use the comment section for that. What was it like for you? What is that one takeaway from the last session? What is that one takeaway from the last session? What part of the session stood out for you? Was it the fact that HR can also do so much if they have life coaching skills? Was that revolutionary for you? Or is it the part that um, it is an industry that is globally accepted, and that if you have the competencies, you really can play so much at a global level? Did that stood out for you? So use the comment section and do justice to that. Okay, Yewande says I'm very interested in life coaching class. Yes, Yewande, there is a number you can reach out to via WhatsApp. Please reach out to that number immediately. 08073610884. Reach out to that number via WhatsApp, get your slot, start committing towards that class. Do not miss the live business and executive coaching certification class. It empowers you not just to be a certified coach from SECA, it also empowers you to become a member of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, and of course prepares you for membership if you want to move towards that direction, towards the International Coaching Federation. So you see that there's a whole lot of things you can achieve through that class by upping your game. Thank you so much. Mr. Samuel has dropped his contacts just in case you want to reach out to him for more on what he does. Okay. Yes, investment coaching and finance. Why I'm reacting to Sumaya Mustafa's comments. Why we may not have a current class on finance and investment coaching, I will advise that you reach out to the number that have been shared by SECA. We will give you updates as to when something like that comes up, or people we can connect you to that offer such if you need that urgently. So please do well to reach out to that number. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Abishola Buhari said it's a very insightful session. Thank you. Yes, Mariah Salawi says thank you. Yakina Kolawole says thank you so much. Thank you, Yakina. Okay, thank you very much. I believe it's been a wonderful first session. So our next session is powerful because of the person who is taking that session. She is an incredible young woman. So incredible. And we'll be hearing from her shortly. So this may be the time to get your young person that you know to join this conversation, be on the call, probably a young adult, a teenager, whoever is young around you. Let the person come in, because the person will be hearing from a very prolific young person teach this morning. Alma to Kareem Mohammed is a writer, a content generator, social media manager, and host of Guarded Pearls Circle, a safe nurturing place for Muslim girls and young women to grow.
Hello. I think his network He's having issue at the moment. However, let's give him some time. Welcome, Amato Karim. We're excited to have you on the call today.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Okay, so I'll just share my screen now before I get into it.
Yes, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, can you all see my screen?
Not, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very
apologize.
much once again.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yes,
Mr.
yes, please
Obo.
go ahead. Go ahead, Almata Karim. I see you have already started.
Yes, thank you once again for that warm welcome and good morning to everyone here today. Like you said, my name is Amato Karim. I am a transformational mentor, so I mentor young adults and teenagers. I'm a content writer and social media manager. I also host circles for Muslim girls where we try to grow with one another through conversations and journaling. So I'm a very big advocate of journaling, writing down your feelings and whatnot. So today our topic, what I'm going to be doing this session on is intentionality in the modern age, the present in the era of phone addiction. And it is something that I decided to talk about because it's very, very dear to me, and it's something that a lot of young people face. And it's also something, I know we have mommies, daddies here, we have older siblings here, we have mentors here that will benefit from what I'll be talking about today. And the reason I used intentionality is because, yes, we acknowledge that we are in the modern age. We use gadgets for so many things, but the key word here is intentionality, using it for things that are beneficial, as opposed to what they call doom scrolling, which is just spending hours and hours on the internet without any fruition to it. So before we get into the session, I want us to break the ice. So if you have your phone with you, or if you're using your laptop, just grab your phone. And if you're using your phone, you can minimize so we can do this exercise together. And it is for you to check your screen time. So what you do is if you're using your iOS, you can go to settings and scroll down to screen time where you see your daily average and see all your activity. And if you're using Android, you can go to settings. There's a space where you can click on digital well-being, and then there's parental controls. So after your parental controls, you see where total screen time today is. You can click on it so you can check what your screen time average is. And the reason why I say this is because I have an example for you using myself. So I'm going to tell you my story about how I came to find out that I was averaging hours using my phone, using my screen time, without even knowing. It was early last year, and my uncle, he always teases me about, you're always on your phone, you're always on your phone. And at a point, it really got upsetting to me. I'm like, I work on my phone. What do you mean I'm always on my phone? He says, okay, let's check. And I believe that that was my awakening to understanding how intentional we need to be with our screens, or else we'll end up doom scrolling as I was. So here I was averaging 20, that was early last year, 23 hours, 5 minutes on my phone. And the good thing with iOS is it shows you all the statistics and whatnot. So it showed how I was using my phone on Fridays mostly, and social media was at the top of the list. And here it shows most used. And in the most used category, it shows Instagram. So I used Instagram for 10 hours, 29 minutes. I don't know how that's possible because we have 24 hours in a day, and I used 23 hours, 5 minutes on my screen. And I was shocked, but I wanted to do something about it. And over time, that's how I started working on reducing my screen time, and I'll share it as we go on. Here I had 20 hours, 48 minutes, and then I had 14 hours, 50 minutes, and it kept on going down. So here I had 56 minutes, and the last one I took a screenshot of was 21 minutes. So let me ask you a question. If you can, please if you have done this exercise with me, please drop your answers or what your screen showed you. Please drop it on the chat box, and you can unmute as well to tell me. And if you weren't able to do it, we can take a wild guess. How many hours do you think you spend on your phone every day? Just guess and put it in the chat box. So why is this topic important? Why do we need to have discussions about using the phone? Because I know we have parents here. It's easy for us to dismiss that we are actually overusing these our gadgets. But why is it important? As a lot of people say, where your attention goes, your life follows, right? So when you focus on things that you don't necessarily believe that your attention is on, your life will automatically follow the same way. So this topic matters because there's been a lot of disturbances, especially with young people, sleep disruption, less real world attention, academic and career impact, strained family relationships, increased anxiety and depression. So what does this mean? Earlier last month, I was mentoring a young girl whose parents complained that they can't get through to her. So it feels like she's only comfortable with her phone. She talks to people on there, she smiles, she's happy. But the moment they want to have a conversation with her, it seems they don't know her anymore. So it is causing a lot of strain with family relationships because young people are getting comfortable with using social media outlets more than talking to their own families. And then it increases anxiety and depression. It disrupts sleep. 1 in 3 people are suffering from insomnia. And out of those people, 10% of sleep disturbances are caused by phone usage. So, when people crawl in bed and on their bed, they are using their phones, and before you know it, it's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and you still haven't slept. So we're going to tackle all that today. So before we go deep into it, what is problematic smartphone use and mobile phone overuse? This is the compulsive use of mobile phones or smartphones despite negative consequences in their lives. So what does this mean? That's why I use the word intentionality. I'm not going to dismiss the fact that we all use our smartphones, our laptops, our iPads for one thing or the other. It's a digital age. I myself is an example of someone who I work online, right? But intentionality is the key word because when you are using these gadgets and it's making you unable to function properly and it's giving you negative consequences in your life and you keep using it, that is when it becomes problematic and overused. So it is excessive, hard to control use of a smartphone that causes impairments and daily functioning. So it seems like smartphone has become coffee or that thing that you need to do every morning in order to function properly. I've heard teenagers say that I have to get a couple scrolls in, or the first thing I do when I wake up is I scroll. So it has become probably the energy booster to start a day, which isn't supposed to be so. So it's said to cause a lot of reduced attention span, which is something that is very common. If you notice, most TikTok videos are about 1 to 2 minutes, tops 3 minutes. And if you see a video starting to get long, you start scrolling. Why? Because it is constantly reducing your attention span. And people no longer watch long, lengthy YouTube videos. Hence, YouTube creating what they call YouTube Shorts to shorten the videos in order to grab people's attention. So it's reducing attention span. Children don't want to read anymore because it's too long, or you don't want to sit through long videos because it's boring, right? Quote unquote boring. And it causes, like I said, sleep disturbances, emotional dysregulation, irritability, anxiety, depression, and then weak social and family connections. So why does this topic matter for parents and youth? It doesn't, it's not a topic that only applies to parents or to adults, and doesn't apply to children, and it's not a topic that applies to only children and not adults. It is something that happens in all demographics. So for children, they learn habits by observation. So your phone behavior becomes their model of attention, self-worth, and presence. How do you behave when you're using your phone and your child or your teenager or your kid approaches you and says, oh, I need your attention? How do you navigate that situation? As much as you're probably busy, but how do you communicate to make that child feel heard, or to make that child understand that, okay, she's currently busy right now, but that doesn't mean I'm worthless or I'm not worth her attention? And a lot of parents, they feel out of touch or they struggle to reach their children because of digital distractions. And those digital distractions will occupy the space meant for connection and intentional interaction. So what are these digital distractions, you may ask? It can be social media, it can be gaming, it can be watching movies, it can come in different forms. We're going to look at that very shortly. So we need to understand what phones are doing to our brain. Because I am a psychology major, I like to add that psychological factor in everything that I'm speaking about. So phones affect our dopamine cycle. So if you've heard of I'm so sorry, the network threw me out. I'm gonna share my screen once again. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. So, like I said, there's a feel-good chemical called dopamine. So dopamine can, you can feel that chemical when you take a cup of coffee, or you smell some nice smelling flowers, or you get a hug from your loved ones. But when every like, every notification, every comment you see, or a funny video you see while scrolling, it's something that will make that dopamine active in you. So you no longer crave it from anywhere else, when you can easily just pick up your phone and scroll and feel good. So your brain starts craving more and more of these tiny rewards, and it creates this loop. So when you scroll, you get a reward, so you feel good, right? And then you crave again and you scroll. So it sounds like something, so this is something you hear when you're talking about heavy addictive things. So it's something that's very minimized when it comes to food, but it's very, very real. Another thing that phone does to our brain is instant reward system. So like I talked about, these apps are designed to keep us hooked. That's why they shorten the videos. So as compact as they are, you can watch over 100 videos in 15 minutes. So it makes you keep going, and it keeps you hooked. So, and they reward you unpredictably. It's kind of like gambling. Before you know it, you're getting comments, you're getting likes, and you feel good about yourself. And with young people, it's like, okay, what they don't know what to expect next. So they keep refreshing and refreshing. And maybe the next refresh gives me something exciting, and it keeps going. And then you realize that you are present in a room, but you're absent in other people's lives. And when you talk about phone addiction, you often picture teenagers staring at phones all day and night. But let's be honest, most of these habits we worry about in our homes or with our kids today, it didn't start with them. It started with us, with the people that they look up to. If they see their or people older than them, their parents, caregivers, adults, teachers doing the same thing, they'll model it. And if they see that they're not giving attention and they keep being given these gadgets, they will automatically find solace in social media, in gadgets, in using their phones, in watching movies, as opposed to human interaction. Another thing is habit equals compulsion equals addiction. So what does this mean? Habit is something simple, right? It's something we do almost every day, is a routine, because your brain has memorized the routine, so it keeps going, right? So for example, your phone lights up and you pick it up. You sit down to eat, you reach for your phone. You get bored for 3 seconds, you carry your phone. This becomes a habit, so your brain loves efficiency. You keep doing it over and over again. So once you repeat an action enough times, it locks in and it becomes a habit. So you don't even decide anymore. You just do it unconsciously. And then compulsion. When you feel that uncomfortable urge inside you to do something, you can't control it anymore, right? You just want to check your phone without any reason. And then it builds up to become an addiction where your brain is now dependent on your phone's rewards. Like when they ask someone, what can't you live without? It's not your mother, it's not your father, it's not water, it's not food, it's your phone. I can't live without my phone. So each notification you get, if it's a ping or a message or whatever, it gives your brain that tiny dopamine to keep going over and over again. And you keep craving that reward. So more scrolling, more validation, more excitement, then you can escape boredom or stress, whatever worries you have. And then your phone becomes your default go-to for anything, way to feel good. Life is dull without your phone. So let's move to the next slide. So many people pick up their phones automatically without consciously deciding to. Another thing that phones do to our brain is cognitive and emotional effects. So it reduces our attention span, like I explained before, and it makes us have this difficulty focusing on one task for long. When you're using your phone all the time, you're switching from one app to the other, from Instagram to TikTok to Snapchat. It makes you feel like you're able to multitask to the point where when you tell, especially in young people, because that's where I work more on, you see a lot of young people saying, I can't focus on one thing at a time. And you're asking why? When you focus on one thing at a time, you can do it to the best of your ability. Yes, it is important to be able to multitask, but why can't you put your whole focus in finishing this book or in arranging your room or in doing a task without being distracted? This is one of the things that phones does to our brain. There's a new word called phobbing that I learned about recently, and it is a combination of using your phone and snubbing others. And I realized that it's something that we know, everybody knows, but I didn't know it was a word. So phobbing means choosing your phone over the person in front of you. So probably when someone is talking to you and your mind is completely out of it, you're completely zapped into the phone that you can't even respond to the person right in front of you or strike a conversation with people in front of you. So conversations become weaker. People lack conversational skills. They can't hold conversations for up to a minute because they don't know what to say anymore, because they don't practice. And then emotional connection decreases. People no longer, I can't live without anyone. I don't need people, right? You hear people, young people saying, I don't need anyone. As long as I have my phone, I'm good. You hear it's real, as ridiculous as it might sound, these are real things that people say. And then children feel unseen when parents are always on their phones, and then parents feel disrespected when teens do the same. So what are the common mistakes that lead to phone addiction? What things do people do that unconsciously, without knowing, or that they minimize, that can lead to phone addiction? So using phones as pacifiers is one of the most common things that you see parents do unconsciously, just to make the child feel good, or the child is crying, we have them on the phone so that they stop crying. I've seen this multiple times, where a child will be crying and you don't teach them how to soothe themselves, you don't soothe them, you don't talk them out of it. You just hand them an iPad, hand them a phone, go and watch TV, just so the child can stop. And it might be something very small, but this teaches the child that whenever I'm upset, I need a screen to feel better. Or whenever I cry, I can get away with using the screen to make myself feel better. So emotional regulation becomes tied to devices. You don't know what to do with yourself anymore. When you grow up an adult and you're giving this, every time you cry, you were given a gadget. You don't know how to be emotionally resilient, because you were always giving something to soothe yourself. So you haven't learned how to soothe yourself. So it also leads to what they call iPad kids. Those children you see always with their iPads, always watching something, eating with their iPads. If they are asleep, there's an iPad beside them. And this is not to say that the children are bad, but something that can turn out to be very dangerous in the future for the child. Treating boredom like a problem. One thing that you hear a lot when it comes to young people is, I am bored, I am bored, I am bored. And then as parents, you see they are scrambling to find solution. Oh, what can I do for them to not to be bored? But boredom isn't a bad thing. Boredom builds creativity, it births creativity. It's okay to sit with yourself. It's okay to reflect. It's okay to just stay without any thoughts, just to be. So treating boredom like a problem is where we start to substitute that boredom with something else. So anytime a child or an adult is bored, phone comes out. But boredom is where creativity grows. Constant stimulation blocks imagination and self-reflection. I remember when I was a child, without phone or anything, I'll just lay down, and if I'm looking at the fan, I can imagine it to be something else. And I was reflecting with my sister recently how we used to play with anything and everything. We'll go outside, play with sand. These things are very, very important for children to have. And just you see sometimes babies, even without being able to talk, they can unlock a phone or an iPad or a laptop to watch something, which isn't actually ideal, because a child should be able to play and learn through nature without being given a gadget to do so. So another mistake that people make is modeling screen dependence. Kids copy what they see. So if mom and dad are always on their phones, the child learns that the device is more important than people. Children are curious, and teenagers are also curious. So when they see an adult constantly on their phone, they're curious to know what is on this phone. Me too, I want to learn, I want to see, right? And that's what makes them so intrigued about wanting a phone. And one of the girls I mentor, her mother hasn't given her a phone. She just graduated SS3, and her mother still hasn't given her a phone. And I asked her, when you get a phone, what would you do with it? And she couldn't answer, because she's doing everything she wants to do now. She can watch TV. She goes for catering classes. She does everything. But and I asked her, what do you do with your phone? She said, I'll just play games. So we really don't know why we want these phones, but we just want them anyways, just because we see other people having them. Another common mistake is schools going digital. I don't know if we have any educators here, but I recently attended a parenting conference, and it's one of the issues that we face in schools, because yes, schools are going digital now. There's e-learning, there's online classes, assignments. And as much as, yes, it was done with good intentions, we need platforms or we need people to kind of check these children and see what are they really doing with these phones. Are they productive or are they counterproductive? Yes, it increases their overall screen time. So when at home they're using the screens, in school they're using the screens, where is the time left for writing and reading and interacting with people and not fully always being zapped with your laptop or your tablet for school? So for children, tech becomes the primary source of information and over-reliance. I recently just heard a primary 3 girl talking about using ChatGPT for her assignment. And I was shocked because how are you using AI to answer your assignment when you can, those days you either ask Google or you ask your parents, and if they don't know it, you have to go back to class and sit down and actually understand it. So these things, we just need platforms in place that can check these children to know that they're absolutely doing the right things with their gadgets. Phones as babysitters, parents are exhausted, so they use phones to fill the gap. But over time, screens replace parental bonding, outdoor play, emotional development. Children don't want to go outside anymore when they can sit in the house all day using their iPad. But there's something beautiful about going outside, touching grass, playing with sand, playing with children your age.
It seems she's experiencing network issue at the moment.
Yes.
Okay, she's back. Welcome.
So sorry. Sure. Okay. So what do we need? Okay, so I was saying it hinders the parental bonding that is supposed to take place between parent and child, and outdoor play, how important it is to the development of a child and also emotional development of a child, people skills, conversational skills, emotional intelligence, those skills, life skills that a child is supposed to learn about sometimes can be hindered because they're stuck using their gadgets all day. We can't escape screens, so we must manage them. And how do we do so? There must be a balance. So I have 4 points here: balance, boundaries, intentional use, and offline presence. So with balance, you have to understand that your phone should fit into your life. You don't fit into your phone's life. Your phone fits into your life. So you must make sure that your phone doesn't take over your life. You have to enjoy the fun parts of it. So work, video calls, messages, learning, connecting with people. But you also need to protect time for sleep, for prayer, for the outdoors, for nature, for family, for hobbies, even for silence. Just being able to sit down, no phone, no distractions, just sitting with yourself is another form of striking a balance with your phone relationship. And then I want you to think of balance as a plate of food. If let's say the phone time is the whole meal, you won't be able to have a fully nourished meal, right? So you have to have other things on your plate for it to be balanced. And then the second thing I wrote down was boundaries. Your phone needs rules because it has no manners. If you leave your phone will take over your whole itinerary for the day. So if you let your phone, it can interrupt so many things. You have to have rules for your phones. You have to have boundaries, just like you have boundaries for people. Things like no phone at the dining table. Things like phone sleeps away from your pillow. Things like turning off your notifications before you go to bed. Boundaries is you telling your phone that you're not the boss of it, and that you are the boss of it and it's not the boss of you. Another thing is intentional use. Ask yourself, why am I picking up my phone right now? When you want to step outside, you already know why you're stepping outside. Is it to go to work? Is it to go to the market? Is it to take a walk? If you are entering the kitchen, you know, you either want to cook, you want to drop something, you want to take food. If you're going to bed, you know, you want to sleep. So when you pick up your phone, you have to ask yourself, why am I picking up this phone? Is it because you need something, or is it just a habit? Intentional is, like I said, the key word intentional. You have to choose the purpose. So when you pick up your phone, is it to message a friend? Is it to learn something? Is it to read? Is it to work? Is it to capture a moment? Have a purpose every time you pick up your phone. And then lastly, you have to finish and put the phone down. When you're done using the phone for what you want to do, put it down. You don't have to spend all your time using it when you have nothing to do on it. So when you're done, you put it down. So it's like going to the fridge, where you don't walk past your fridge, or you don't open your fridge when you're not hungry. You open your fridge when you're hungry to take something, right? And lastly is offline presence. Life happens in real moments. You need to have real life connections with people, right? Real people, real scenery, real conversations. So your offline presence is super important. You have to pay attention to the now. And, you know, when you're here. Give people your 100%. And notice little things, laughter, notice the painting on the walls, notice the sky. Be very mindful when you're not online. Be mindful with your surroundings and everything around you, and connect with people in front of you. So yes, and then the next slide. So here's some digital rules that I have here. Model the behavior, parents first. So this is just a basic summary of all that I've been talking about so far. Model the behavior. Like I said, teenagers, children, they learn from their caregivers, they learn from the adults, they learn from their parents. So model the behavior. Be who you want them to be, and they'll follow. Then tech-free family rituals. What can tech-free family rituals look like? Create no phone zones. No phones on the dining table. No phones during family time. No phones, no TVs in the room. That can help your family have more conversations, relationships, more bonds, as opposed to everybody using their gadgets. And then create night discipline and sleep hygiene. What can that look like? Taking a bath before bed, changing into your fanciest, cleanest, cutest pair of sleepwear, praying before bed. And then when you're on the bed, focus solely on sleep and nothing else. Replace screen time with real life rewards. If you do this, I'm going to take you out to the park. If you do this, I'm going to take you for dinner. If you do this, we're going to go on a small staycation. Replace screen time with real life rewards, and children won't go to their screens for rewards when they can get it in their homes. Digital Sabbath detox days. You can choose a day of the week for your detox day. Even as an adult and as parents, I know sometimes we have so much work, so much people online that we are working with, that we don't want to let go of, or we're busy with. And that digital Sabbath or detox day can help you, even as an adult or as a parent, to just take out time and rest from all the digital noise. So you can choose a Saturday, you can choose a Friday, you can choose a Sunday, just to stay gadget free. And it will help a lot with your mental health. And then there's digital purpose checklist. I talked about having a purpose when you're picking up your phone. So you can have a checklist. What did I pick up my phone to do today? When did I put it down? That can help you stay in check. And then encourage journaling. I am a #1 fan of journaling. I love to journal. I love writing down my feelings, my thoughts, and I encourage teenagers, young adults, children to do the same. Because when you can name your feeling, you can tame it. When you can write down things that went on for the day, you can write down the things that you want to achieve, write down the things that went wrong, whatever, just write it down. Operation write it down. So this will help your children not try to seek validation from anything else. When they've written down their feelings, they can be able to understand it and they can come to you with it and you can prefer solutions. But when they don't know what they're feeling, they don't know why they're feeling this way, anything on social media, anything on the internet can sway them. And then encourage reading in your homes. We need more readers. Children, unfortunately, are not reading as much as they should. So we need more readers. Encourage reading 2 books in a month or 1 book in a month. It will help to improve their reading skills. And these reading skills will help them in conversations, in having conversations with people, and also improving their vocabulary. So what is one thing you will do differently after today? What is one thing you do differently after today, after this session? What is one thing you want to implement in your homes, you want to implement on yourself and on your children? And with that being said, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you so much for listening, although the internet was a bit bad, but I'm happy that I could do this. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Almatu Karim. I like the fact that you kept the time. Well done. You touched on, that's a very important conversation around phone use, devices, gadgets, and all of this stuff, particularly for the upward and mobile who are constantly on the phone. Yes, do we have any question for her? What are our feedback? I see that, yes, questions. What are your feedback?
Hello, is anyone sharing your feedback from the session we just had so far? Please, let's share our feedback. You can unmute and share your feedback for Almatu Karim. How was the session? She taught us a lot on minding our phone use, especially for children and also adults, because in this era of internet, social media, a lot is really going on. And that's why we have a lot of people having depression, anxiety, a lot of mental health issues are becoming very prominent now. So it's a good and a very insightful session. Well done, Almatu Karim. I personally enjoyed it and learned a lot from you. Thank you very much. If there's any feedback, please let's share.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Yewande
Hello.
Ogunjuko.
Hello,
That
madam.
was an amazing session. That's all I can say. She opened my eyes to a whole lot of things, especially when it comes to screen time. Like I checked I didn't even know I had that setting on my phone anyway till now. I checked, it was like 6 hours something. So I felt guilty at first, and I now remembered, oh, I had one or two online sessions I also had to connect with and all that. So I think it's a very good eye opener for those of us that always have one or two things to do on our phones, the necessary and unnecessary. So it's a good time to repent. So I guess I've repented this afternoon. Thank you very much, my sister. More grace. That was a very, very insightful session. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Madam Yewande. Thank you for that, for sharing what you've learned. Yes, so that setting is there. Many of us just don't take note of it. And it's important we check it often so that we know how much time we're spending on our screen. Thank you for that feedback, ma. Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Can hear you loud and clear.
All right. My name is Osinachi Prince. It was actually just the word you used. It was a very insightful a moment or a lecture from her, actually. It's something that I know that has been affecting a lot of us and a lot of the Nigerians. Shout out to my coach that is here, Coach Rahim. He actually supported me. He actually helped me like 3-4 years ago when I started the journey of detoxifying myself from phones. And actually, I've actually transformed. Then it used to be me on the phone more than at least more than 20 hours per day. And most times, just like what she said, I don't really know why I'm on the phone. I've just been scrolling through, especially on Instagram, looking at people's status. But after I had that conversation with him, and I've been able to change a lot about myself in terms of being addicted to phone. And also, I've actually learned something great from him, which is some of the phone habits that we have, especially when we are at the dining table. I was able to grab one or two things, which is the fact that whenever you're in the dining table, you have to try as much as possible to make sure that the phone is far away from you. It actually helps in that bonding with the family that you actually want to build. So thank you so much. These are some of the knowledge or lessons that I got.
Thank you, Mr. Osinachi. Yes. The one of dining table, it's in fact, we're all guilty, honestly. Let me speak for myself. I'm guilty. Especially when you're eating and you find yourself pressing, scrolling through social media. And that takes away the mindfulness. They advocate, especially mental health specialists and psychologists, advocate mindfulness. We should be mindful in whatever we are doing. Even when we're eating, we should eat mindfully. So it helps the food digest, food go to the right places, and get the nutritious benefit from the food when we're mindful. All right, I see Mr. Samuel's hand up. Sir, please, you're free to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. As unassuming as we may think that that presentation was, it's very important for us to take note of. If you ever experienced or seen an accident happen as a result of someone using their phone while they were driving, and you see how fatal the accident was, you would know that this session is very important for us to take note of, right? So I must really commend that you have done so well. And of course, the second learning point for me was the journaling aspect of it. And like I said too, there's so many aspects that a lot of things that we need to learn from. Journaling for us as coaches is very important too. Some things that we may think, if I don't put it down, I can still remember, that eventually we will not remember them if we don't put them down. I think it's also important for us to practice the act of journaling as much as possible. Put down your thoughts about anything you're thinking about, any conversation you have with anybody, whatever information you gather, either from your phone or wherever it is, So I think I must really commend that you've done actually well today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for that contribution. Thank you, Coach Samuel. Okay, over to you, Mr. Obike, to introduce our next speaker, and we can go on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very sorry the network threw me out. It's been a back and forth day trying to get a live network, which is a reminder that we are still in Nigeria. You know, there are those things that happen and they call your attention that you are still in Nigeria.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Okay. Yes, I've been trying actually to see how I can get a more reliable network. But hopefully, I think it should stabilize and then we continue. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, I see that we've made some progress. Now, the essence of the Pan-African webinar, beyond the teaching, is to help us interact, have those conversations, and distill some strategies that can help. Practical steps, just like we have just heard from the last two speakers, things that would look so small, but they are powerful. So simple, but they are very effective. And things like using your phone on the road. You can imagine the scenario where somebody is using the phone, trying to reply a chat and running through the traffic. Whatever happens at that point is unimaginable. Just a matter of seconds, putting down the phone and having the presence to cross the road, get to somewhere safer, pick it up and reply to the person. So all of those things come into play when we have conversations like that. It gives us that clarity, clarity of thought and how we can walk around it. Yes, our next speaker will soon be here with us. While we are waiting for her, we're just going to take a few breaks, but just a quick announcement that okay, sorry, I'm back again. Just a quick announcement that the live business and executive coaching begins Wednesday 19th to Sunday 23rd November 2025. So if you have not secured a slot yet, please do so. It is virtual. That means that you can join from any part of the world. So you're not restricted. You can join from any part of the world and ensure that you secure a slot. Contact at the office should you need a payment plan to help you with that, because you need to up your skill, increase your productivity, position yourself for more rewarding opportunities. All right. Another quick announcement that SECA is currently open, receiving your request for an end of the year retreat. Yes, we are open for that. Get in touch with the office and secure your date. Get in touch. You need to see how your year had been like from the business point of view. You need to see what your organization have done so far in January. This is a good time to create that window and say, SECA, I want you to come to my organization, do a corporate end of the year retreat, or I want to come to your space and have you facilitate or champion an end of the year retreat for my organization. Whichever one that works for you, whether we are coming to your organization or you're coming to our space, You need to see what the year has been like for you from a business point of view. You have to have that time where you move away with your people and ask yourselves, hey, what have we done this year? We said we will achieve so and so and so. Did we do that? We said this will happen. Was it done? Where are we currently? And start charting a path for the future. This is a good time to actually do that. So we are open for your request this October, this November. You may not secure that opportunity if we go into December. So this is a good time for you to request for that opportunity. The price is very, very affordable, and you can have your retreat anywhere you want in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria. Terms and conditions apply. So ensure that you reach out, get in touch, get us to come over to your organization for a corporate end of the year retreat, or have you come to our space for us to have that retreat. Strategy you need for 2026 is important. The people management tactics for 2026 is important. Something have been giving me the feeling that 2026 is going to be more of the year of, I don't want to use the word IGR, but I keep hearing taxes. Like, I don't know how it's going to pan out, but I could feel it. So this is a good time to see, come with the people and say, how are we going to do with taxes, with the way things are going in 2026? Where are what and what do we need when it has to do with our budgeting and all of that? This is a good time to do that conversation. Okay, let me go on with our next. Yes, she'll be joining us soon. So we'll take maybe 55 minutes to just have a break, something for you to stretch your legs, grab a cup of tea, think about what we have discussed so far, the essence of coaching and why you need to join a coaching pool, the essence of being mindful and being present in a world that is so busy with gadgets and devices, and the importance of looking at where your organization will be going to if you can make out a week or a few days with your team and say, Seka Africa, come and facilitate an end of the year retreat for my team. 5 minutes break, and I will be back to introduce our next speaker. Thank you very much for joining. I see that we are roughly around 15 people on the call, so do well to share the link. Tell people to join. There's something they are going to learn, and we thank you for the invitation. We will come back in the next 5 minutes for our next speaker. Till then, enjoy some music, something to keep the break going. We'll be back soon. Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the Pan-African webinar October edition. It's been an amazing day. Our facilitator will be joining us soon. Apparently, she's still struggling with network, and hopefully she will be joining us. But while we are waiting for her, I like to ask a question. So the first question I asked in the morning, who was at the first Pan-African webinar? So second question, a follow-up to that is, who can give accurately the list of speakers at the very first Pan-African webinar? Okay, let's see who can guess it. Can anyone try? Can anyone try? Can anyone try? The speakers that had the session at the very first Pan-African webinar. Can you try? Do you have any idea? Let me see. Okay, what about the 10th edition of the Pan-African webinar, the speakers that spoke at that 10th edition? Can anyone try? Okay, so while you're at it, we'll play some music. Our speaker will be joining us at 12, and then we'll kick off the session. All right, thank you very much. We'll have a short break, some music, and then our speaker will come over to join us. Thank you. Yes, 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 it's about time. Okay, I will quickly run through the profile for our speaker, and then we have her. Now it gets better with each session. So, Coach Tega is a visionary who is passionate about behavioral change. She is a second life coach. She's an author, an NLP practitioner, a seasoned trainer, a prolific communications expert, a public speaker, a positive psychology practitioner, and a mental and emotional intelligence certified coach, a substance abuse counselor, an interventionist, a certified mental health and addiction therapist, a trauma-informed counselor, and a teens mentor. I think they are almost up to 25 things I've mentioned now. So that's how powerful Coach Tega is. Amazing.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Good afternoon. It's fine. I think we should just enter into the matter here.
Okay, lastly, she is a founder and executive director of Flourish Center, a faith-based trauma-informed and empowerment-driven rehabilitation and wellness center. Welcome, Ma. The profile is long, so I'm trying to see which one I can avoid, but I can't avoid any of them. Welcome, Ma. Thank you very much for joining.
Good afternoon, Coach Obi, Miss, or my own personal coach, Mr. Should I add other things?
No.
Chima. I
Just
appreciate
Obike Chima is okay, Ma.
I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, everyone in the chat. Oh, I can see my sister. Yewande Ogundike. It's so good to see you in the room. I really had a good time listening to the first two sessions, and it is relevant. It's relevant for us all. I hope you guys have decided to join the OSP. If you have not joined OSP in this thing, you are wrong. You are very wrong. I think I'm still serving as vice president of OSP, so I am inviting you to join the OSP, and then you'll be able to get some kind of opportunities that you really are really juicy for you. You never know. One of the things that I love about being a SECA life coach, thank you, Mr. Kunle, thank you, is, you know, the opportunities, the certification opportunities. So now, but as of 2018, I had none of these certifications. At 2018, nothing whatsoever. So, but being in the SECA community has given me the opportunities to get into rooms like this. And when I get into rooms like this, it now makes me know that these are the things that I need in the larger community, you understand, to just make your impact deeper felt. So yeah, I'm a proud SECA life coach. So you should take the certification. It will do you a lot of good. So I'm taking on, today I'm talking about when women heal, families thrive, and generations are restored. So because I'm the founder of Flourish Life Center, and this is international, this is the month for mental health and International Day for the Girl Child. It was important that I spoke about this. And sometimes people quite overlook some things. We always say, women. Yesterday I was at a function where I received an award for, you know, the work that I do. And we realized that people say we're putting too much attention on the girl child. We're putting attention, she's talking to the men. The truth is, even the men come from the girl child. So when a woman heals, the whole family thrives and generations are restored. So focusing on the girl child is not such a bad thing, I promise you. So today we're going to be talking about the woman, her mental health and substance use and substance abuse, right? So behind every strong woman, there's often a chapter she's never told anyone about. The sleepless nights, the silent tears, the times she thought she'll break. Today, we honor women's mental health and explore what it truly means to flourish mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. If you are not a woman on the call, you have a sister, you have a mother, definitely you had a mother, even if she's not alive now. You have female relatives, and many times women carry a lot of burden. And because some of us are stereotypes into, I hope I am being heard. Am I audible and visual? Okay, fantastic, visible enough. Thank you, Vicky. So we often trivialize it as if you're a man and you had a strong mother. When you marry a woman who is not as emotionally strong as your mother is, you tend to start looking at her like a weakling. You start, when in my mother's time, my mother could juggle 15 boys and do this and do that, but you hardly ever understand the breaking beneath the surface of, oh, it's okay, I can manage all of this at the same time. Some of you will hear, some people will hear stuff like, ah, no, my mother arranged it and my father was always cheating, carrying women, doing all of this, but my mother held us. My mother held us. See, burnout is not a badge of honor. If you check your mothers or check the women or check your mothers, for instance, they probably went through stuff that you would not even imagine. And it affected their health in many ways. But when they act up according in the course of time, everybody start looking at them like, why are you overreacting? It's not an overreaction. It's a buildup of emotions, mental torture, and all the things they've had to deal with. Childbearing. A woman has to deal with so many things. I mean, they deal with menstruation. Some of them will have cramps through the menstrual periods, or maybe you menstruate you start maybe at age 10. Through 30 years of monthly menstruation, they have to deal with, cramps. They deal with, maybe some of them are actually very ill. Some of them can't get out of bed. They have to deal with that for 4 days every month. We're not talking about when it's time for pregnancies. Some mothers, one day I looked through a post on social media, and then women were writing the things that they go through in pregnancy. I promise you, I was very afraid of pregnancy because of that. Because some people lost their sight in pregnancy. Some people lost their hearing in pregnancy. Some people lost their hair in pregnancy. They lost, the use of legs. They lost something. People will tell you that after pregnancy, their lives were never the same. Women go through a lot of things. And after you go through that, you start to take your cue. Even the Holy Book, which is the Bible, which I read, I don't know if it's in the Quran, says that when a child is bad, it is the mother's child. The mother has to deal with all sorts of things. Then you now get to the point of bringing the children up, and that's, they leave that to women because they say we're natural nurturers, right? Then they get to the age of menopause. Then menopause starts its own drama altogether. I know many people, many women in this middle age, between the ages of 45 and 55, who are going through menopause. Some people is quite quiet, but many people, it is a lot for them. I was speaking to one woman yesterday, and she was telling me how she doesn't even understand her whole system and her whole body. Hormonal changes left, right, and center. She gets to the hospital, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with you medically. They've checked everything. And I told her, I said, don't you think it's menopause? And she said, oh, okay. That's an option. I mean, that's a possibility. And guess what? As soon as she realized that may be a possibility, she started to almost feel better. Okay, so Maya says, very true. After pregnancy, I developed back pain, which affected my legs. I'm still battling after 9 years. Here we go. 9 years. The child is 8 or 9 years old, but she's still battling that. 9 years. Some people will have that pregnancy. So when you hear people say stuff like, what is the woman bringing to the table? It hurts people like me. It will hurt someone like Sumaya because she's heard already. She knows what she brought to the table. That child, guess what? When that child is born, the child bears the name of the father who didn't carry the child in his body, who didn't have physical or emotional or biological changes. But the father is the name of the father the child bears. So women bring a lot to the table. We're not ourselves anymore. Many of us, some of us put on weights that we can't explain. If you knew me before I had my son, and I had him through, I conceived him through IVF, I had to take a lot of medication and all of that in the course of trying to conceive, because it took me 10 years to have a child. And then all of those medications that I took, oh my God, I am twice my size. I put on so much weight. And then someone, I remember one day I had done an IVF that failed, and I was in church. I was head of protocol in church. And so I was walking into, we were having a particular event, a large international event. And then I was sorting out my team members, telling them to get this done, get that done, pick this person up. And then I was walking towards the bathroom because that IVF had failed. And as soon as your IVF fails, the doctor tells you to discontinue all medication. And as soon as you discontinue, your menstrual period flows. And at that time, it is flowing heavily, right? So I went into the bathroom. I would go into the bathroom. I'm sorry if this is graphic. I would go into the bathroom and just sit down and just, try to just get myself a bit released before I come out. And as I was walking towards the toilet, nobody knew I was doing all of this. I was going through that amount of bleeding. And I was going to the bathroom, still doing my work. And somebody looked at me and said, Sister Tega, you are putting on too much weight. Oh, you that was very slim and nice, why are you becoming so big? And I looked at her with all the tension and all the pain that I have. Money has gone down the drain, one, the emotions and the anticipation of being pregnant, two, the hormonal imbalances, the pressure of the work that I had to deal with while putting on a smiling face because you're dealing with the guest of the ministry. I was under immense pressure with a lot of things, but I was smiling. But when I got into, when she said that to me, guess what happened? I burst into tears and I started yelling and saying, you have no idea what I am going through. I have just, my IVF has just failed. I have waited for a child and it has just failed. And I burst into tears. And people who were around there who had never seen me fall apart gathered me and started holding me and begging me, it's okay, stop crying. At some point, someone will look at you and say, oh my God, why are you being so emotional? I have had to be strong. But there was a human being inside of me who was breaking apart. So these are the things that women have to deal with. When a family doesn't have children, who do they blame first? The woman. The first thing they say is, oh, what if the woman cannot have children? The woman cannot, she has used her womb, she has had abortions. Chances are not. Chances are it is the man. Chances are it's a connection. Chances are it's timing. You never know, but we bear the brunt of a lot of things. So the woman has to deal with so much. So what's our journey together today? We're going to create a safe space for honest conversation about mental wellness. Number two, the woman's mental world, understanding unique pressures and invisible mental load that many women carry, why women turn to substance use, pathways to healing, and moving forward together, right? So let's dig in. When was the last time you truly checked in with yourself, dear women in the house? Not just your responsibilities, but yourself. When you ask someone, how are you? Our default response is, I am fine. And when I'm in therapy with people, I have come to the point where when they come in therapy and I say, how have you been since the last time I saw you? I've been okay. So how are you today? They know better. The first day they come in, I say, okay, I'm fine. But by the second session, through the rest of the sessions, they know better than to tell me they're fine. You're going to have to tell me how you really are. I am tired. I am overwhelmed. I am stressed out. I am happy. I'm happy that I'm grateful for work, but I'm stressed by the amount of work that I have to do. Do you understand? Because sometimes we carry guilt, even when, like, some people will say, I am grateful for work, so they don't want to complain about the overwhelm of the workload. It's okay to be grateful and still feel like you're overwhelmed. Like I had my son. I was grateful that I finally had a child after 10 years of waiting, right? And after a few failed IVFs, right? However, I was overwhelmed at some point. One day, a friend came to visit me, and my son had been suckling for a full hour, 1 hour. He did not shift. If you move him from this one to this one, he will continue. I needed to do other things. I mean, I had just started a thriving career 2019, and I had this boy in 2022. I spent 9 months in pregnancy. So I felt like I was losing out on time and catching up with trends and work. And I was giving him suckle, and his dad was in the living room with a guest that had come to visit us, but I was in the room and I was there. I'm thinking, so I'm here 1 hour, I can't even be on my laptop. I can't even read. I'm here just watching you suckle, really. And my friend walks into the house and says, I just came to check on you. How are you? And I burst into tears. I said, I'm fine. It's okay. I'm fine. Because I was afraid to say I'm overwhelmed because it will appear like you're ungrateful. You wanted a child for so long. Now you have a child and you're crying. It's okay to be in the place of your answered prayer, but still overwhelmed. The place of your answered prayer is okay to be there and still overwhelmed. It happens. There is a place to actually have time to pray and pause and journal. I mean, self-care practices, we'll get there, right? Dear men, when last did you see, I wrote it in capital letter on purpose, see the woman in your life. Sometimes we don't see the women in our lives. We don't see our wives. We don't see our sisters. We don't see our mothers. We only see the person who is the female who is performing some responsibilities in our life. We don't see them, see their struggles. That's why a man will wake up one day and see the fine lines on his wife's face and say, oh, she's aged. But the things that brought her to that point, you haven't seen. So when last did you see the woman in your life? This is not about statistics. It's about us. It's about the woman behind every role, the mother, the worker, the caregiver, the leader, the dreamer. It's about acknowledging beneath the strength we show the world. We are human beings who need care, support, and permission to not always be okay. It's okay to not be okay. You're not God. You're not perfect. So when you're not okay, I promise you, it's okay to accept that you're not okay, because until you are aware, you cannot regulate. So awareness is important. When you know you're not okay, it's okay to find help. Mental health begins where silence ends. Today, we must break that silence together, right? So sometimes if you have a spouse who doesn't really listen to you, when you are tired, tell your spouse, I'd like to take this whole day. I don't want to see you, your children, just go away. Or you carry yourself and go somewhere and be by yourself. Go to a hotel. If you can't afford one, go to a friend's house. I have a friend who's single. Her house is very quiet. And then one day I just told her, I said, I would like to come and visit you. She said, oh, I'm going out. I said, oh, the better. Can you drop your key for me? She said, yes. And as soon as I got there, she locked me in, told me where the key was, and she left. I left my phones in my house. And I got there and I slept. When I woke up, I felt like I could carry the world on. I really felt like I could take on the world, right? So the invisible weight that women carry a mental load that often goes unseen and acknowledged. It is the constant balancing act between family, work, relationships, and endless expectations from society, from family, from culture, and even ourselves. So what is the mental load? Remembering, planning, organizing, managing countless details for everyone else while we are neglecting our personal needs, forgetting that you cannot give from an empty cup. That as much as you keep giving and you don't replenish, you are giving, one day you fall apart and everybody will say, you didn't take care of yourself. Why didn't you take care of yourself? Forgetting that they just kept taking. So it's your responsibility to demand your refilling. Okay. Pressure to perform. Number 2, expected to excel in every area without showing weakness or asking for help. Big mistake. Big mistake. Unprocessed trauma, gender-based violence, discrimination, past wounds that remain unhealed. So I'm doing a project with Miriam Gofwan Foundation, God bless her soul. It's outliving her. That is legacy. I love the fact that she's passed on, but that project has gone on the 2nd year, even without her being alive. Amazing, amazing. And because of that, I get to see women who are dealing with trauma, right? And so this is my 3rd year, which means that I've had to counsel or do therapy with about, the first year was 10, okay, so about 20 to 25 women who have had trauma. The things that women have had to deal with from young ages. I mean, you hear of people who have been raped from age 3. And then they've gone through stuff in their lives. And then when they get into marriage, because they've not healed from the trauma, things start to unfold, because trauma distorts your view of the world. It distorts your identity, your self-worth. And then they get into marriages. They don't know how to ask for help. They still have a lot of energy that they're using to cover the pain that they've dealt with. And then you start wondering, this is such a bad woman. She's so irresponsible. She's so lazy. You not understood that a woman has not processed what she went through as a child, or the trauma that she has buried very nicely or suppressed because she doesn't want to deal with it. So these are the invisible weights that women carry. Comparison culture. Social media amplifies feelings of inadequacy. Listen, I wonder, even when I'm teaching teenagers as well, I constantly tell them that you cannot equate the entirety of your life, with 10 minutes of someone's life on social media. Everyone puts their best foot forward on social media, right? And if you are going to be comparing the entirety of your life with 10 minutes of 2 seconds, short reels, 1 minute of someone's social media post, you're in trouble. Our children do it, and guess what? It's even worse with us adults. That's why you will see someone that will see a dress on someone with the person's body type and body shape and decide that they want to go and make the same dress. Meanwhile, their shape is actually covered to what the other person has. And then you will now go on social media and now put what I ordered versus what I got. I mean, calm down already. First of all, did you pay the same amount? Is your body type the same? Is it the same tailor that did it? There are too many things. We compare and then we start complaining when the things don't add up. Comparison culture, it's a big deal. There's a silent struggle that most of us carry. Remember when I said in the beginning, you come into sessions with me and I ask you how you are and say you're fine? We are often taught to say these two words when we're actually falling apart inside. Sometimes the person is weeping and they're saying, I'm fine. I told you a story earlier about when my IVF failed. And then I'll say, no, I'm fine, I'm very well. Okay, so you're the one picking up this guest minister. You're the one doing this. Guess what? I was falling apart inside, breaking completely. Because yes, religion says, serve the Lord your God. And God will, when you are working for God, he will be working for you. So at that time, I'm thinking, God, you are working for me. You are working for me, but things are not adding up. I'm having that struggle in my heart. And I'm still having to do all of this. But when someone comes, because religion also says, when elders say there's a casting down, you say there's a lifting up, even when you are cast down. So when I'm not feeling well, I'm falling apart, I'm still saying, I'm fine, I'm putting it up. Many women are conditioned to be strong, even when they are breaking. The pressure to hold it all together often leads to emotional exhaustion, anxiety, depression, and sometimes something we call cognitive dissonance, because you're saying something, but you're believing something else, right? But here's the truth. I'm not okay isn't weakness. Yes, it's okay to not be okay, I said in the beginning. It's the first step towards wellness. When you accept, if you are not aware that all is not well, right? You will not be able to manage and say, how can I make all well? If you keep saying you're fine, you'll be believing that all is fine. Then one day when you're falling completely apart, you will not start wondering, where did I get it wrong? No. Be aware so that you can regulate. Mental health begins the moment we stop pretending and start being honest about struggles. It is not you negating what God has said you should say. You must deal with it, then start with your affirmations. So please, that thing that we always do and say, I'm a person of faith. I'm a Christian. I'm a leader in church. So I'm not trying to say no in Christianity. I'm not trying to negate when they say, when the weak say, let the weak say I am strong. When the weak is saying I am strong, you have to also do things to actually make sure. Because God is a God who actually honors your own consistency. He honors, you can't be eating wrong. You are diabetic. You are eating wrong. Your body is falling apart. You're not taking your medications and you're saying, let the weak say I am strong. You must go and eat right. You must exercise. There's a protocol to wellness. Then when you do that, you add your affirmations from the Bible and then you will see the results. Because God is a God of process also, right? So many women don't turn to substance to just feel how or to party. That happens many times with young people. It happens with teenagers and young adults because they just say, I just dirty my eye. I'm a person who's come from substance use, 13 years of substance use, so I know this. Different things make people do drugs. Teenagers, most times, is for the fun of high, it's for the fun of the sake of cruise, right? But for older women, most times is to numb unbearable pain, to quiet racing thoughts, or to find temporary relief from overwhelming emotions. And it's very important that we understand this so that we can offer compassion instead of judgment. Why do people get in here? Emotional triggers, heartbreak, trauma, loneliness, abuse, postpartum depression. I had a friend who had waited for the child for 15 years. And when the baby came, everyone was excited, she was happy. But I think it came with an anticlimax and the baby would just not stop crying and she didn't know what to do. Her mom wasn't present. My mom passed 10 years ago. I had my son 3 years ago. I was a mess, but I was happy. But I dealt with it with joy. Not everybody can do that. And I'm not even asking anybody to do that. My friend was carrying her child in the middle of the night. This baby won't stop crying. She didn't know what to do. There was no older woman to help her. And her husband was out of town. She was alone with the help. and the baby won't stop crying. So she went outside thinking, let's take some air. Let's take some air. On the balcony, 2-story building. Guess what? She started hearing voices. Just throw him down. Throw him down and he will stop crying. When he stops crying, we'll all be good. She said she was grateful that she had a lucid moment, and immediately she ran back into the house and just dropped the baby on the bed because she was at the verge of throwing. She actually moved towards the rail to throw him down. Postpartum depression is real. But that was a woman who was grateful for having a child after 15 years. So when we say she was ungrateful, no. When we say she was mental, no. When we say she was possessed by the devil, no. Emotional triggers, right? Identity loss, profound guilt, grief, creating overwhelming emotional pain. Self-medication. Substances become a way to cope because some people, they can't sleep. I had a friend who had a surgery done. I think her uterus was taken out because she was constant. She had a thing. She was constantly bleeding when her period would come. She was bleeding more than half the month. And before she's able to get herself, she's bleeding again. And so they had to take it out. Since that surgery was done 3 years ago, she's not slept more than 3 hours every day. She will sleep at 4 a.m. Meanwhile, she has to be at work at 8. So she's sleeping at 3, 4 a.m. She's up by 7. During the day, she's sleepy, but she can't sleep because her job is very demanding. And then she started taking medication to try and sleep so she could sleep because she gets really messed up during the day. It almost became another problem, self-medication, because she needed to sleep. Temporary relief from the feelings that are too big to handle. And this is very valid because she needs to sleep to function at work. So she would take medication, but afterwards she saw that she was becoming dependent. So yes, she was seeking escape from that pain. Self-medication. Will we now tell her it's a moral failing for taking drugs? No, we can't say that. It's valid. The next one is guilt and shame. Using substance leads to intense guilt, especially for mothers of faith-based women who fear judgment. This same person I'm talking about, she started feeling guilty. When we're talking about drug use, one day she called me and said, I need to talk to you about something. This is what I'm going through, and I've been taking sleeping meds for the last year. And now I'm feeling guilty because does that mean I'm a drug addict? And she's a Christian, pastor, actually. Deeper isolation. Stigma keeps women suffering in silence. If I hadn't come out to talk about my journey with substance use, she may never be able to have come to meet me to have this conversation. We will not have found ways to help her with coping skills to be able to help her sleep better. She's not sleeping as much as she used to, but I mean, we went through a session of sleep hygiene and she's able to sleep a bit better now. So when I come out and talk about things like this, it's not because I don't know what I want to talk about with my destiny, but because there are people who are struggling with this, who need help. You might have a sister or your wife or someone who you know is struggling with any of this. This is something you can do to help them. What starts as a coping mechanism can become a cage. So, but the good news is pain can become purpose when the right support steps in. I was support for that lady, and it was easier for her to have better sleep hygiene. And guess what? She's thriving now with able to use healthy coping skills, right? So what's the journey to wholeness? It's not about quitting substance or managing symptoms. It's really about discovering who you are beneath, rebuilding your sense of worth, and reconnecting with your purpose. Recovery is a journey towards wholeness, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Number one, acknowledgement. Healing starts with honest recognition. The fact that you are, speaking the right words, affirming, using Bible scriptures does not mean that you, what is wrong with you is not there. Something isn't right and you need help. The fact that you're even saying those scriptures is actually you knowing that something is not right. However, you are suppressing it. You are supposed to go through, understand it, know your triggers, understand what's going on. What can I do that is within my capacity? There is something that we say when it comes to healing, which is, in therapy, control what you can and release what you can't. When you have done the one that you can control the one that you can, and then release the one that you can't control, of course, to your higher power. For me, it is God, is my Lord Jesus Christ. For some people, is Buddha. For some people, is Allah, whatever it is that you believe in, right? Control what you can. So acknowledge it. The Bible even says, come boldly to the throne of grace. Acknowledge it with honest recognition. Something is not right, and I need help. God has given people the wisdom to do that. It's not weakness, it is wisdom and courage. Anything that you're going through, early detection is the best way to combat it. If you don't talk about it early, it may not be combated early. That's why you hear some people, you've been feeling that pain, you didn't go to the hospital because you are reading scriptures. Go to the hospital, know what it is that is wrong with you, so that you now know where to channel the prayers to. Go and find out, then know what to channel. Then you can take your medication, do the protocol, the healing protocol, and then add your scriptures or your Quranic quotations and citations and all of that to it. Number 2, professional support. Therapy, counseling, peer support. It helps you process trauma, rebuild trust, and develop healthy coping skills. A man brought his wife to me. He said, take her. I'm not sure what is wrong. She won't speak to me, but something is obviously wrong, but she keeps saying she's fine. And I told him, I said, only God in heaven will bless you. He said, but this is who God has given to me as my partner. So we sat down. Guess what? The man said, maybe it's me that is the problem. I need to know. When we got there, she was even more afraid of letting the man know her pain, so she will not sound ungrateful, because she comes from humble beginnings and her husband is from a very wealthy family, as if he was the savior of their whole family. So she was afraid that if she speaks, he will look at her and say, you're an ingrate, and he will throw her out of the house. And the man was open. As soon as we had her sessions, he came in, they had their session together right in front of me, sitting down. And look, their lives are better for it. He was so happy because he thought that he was doing something good for her, not knowing that he was actually not, what he was doing was counterproductive in their relationship. So therapy is good. It gives you the clarity that you need. You may not even realize that you need as much clarity as you do. But when you have someone else that you are speaking to, it gives you the clarity that you need. I don't know you as much as you know yourself. I'm not going to tell you what to do in therapy. I'm going to help you see you for who you are. I'm standing, holding a mirror and saying, look at this area and look at this area. So it helps people process trauma. A safe community. Nothing helps many people as much as a safe space. Healing happens in connections, safe, non-judgmental spaces. They are so important. I'm not saying go out and tell the world your story. I always say that when you have a story, if you have not healed, don't tell it. Because people will poke at that wound. And the moment they poke at it, you will bleed. When you bleed, you start bleeding on other people. So heal to the point where even if people are trying to stigmatize you or poke holes at your wound that is not properly healed, you will not bleed on anyone, even yourself. A girl met me a while ago, a lady, and said she wants to start talking about her drug use. She wants to do this, she wants to do that. The way you're doing it, Mrs. Tega, I want to do it the same way. And I said, I'm glad you want to. However, I need you to be sure that you are whole, healed from it, because people will come at you. I went to speak somewhere one day, and the man sitting next to me, we're having a fantastic conversation. And then it was time for me to go up and have my own speech. And I went up and I spoke about my substance use for 13 years. When I came back, the man shifted. He didn't even sit near me. I said, sorry, sir, it's not contagious. And everybody burst into laughter. That is what we have to deal with. But if I wasn't healed, I would feel so bad. And I'll never speak again. I will tell you everywhere I go. I don't care. Because if my speaking is going to make sure someone else doesn't do it, or if my speaking is going to make someone who is in it decide that if she can do it, I can do it, then let's go ahead and do this. So she started. I told her, hold on. She actually went and told someone that I'm enjoying all the spotlights. I don't want to share with anyone. I said, my dear, sorry. Spotlight over to you. Take it. Run with it. I promise you, she relapsed in a month, because when people came at her, she couldn't even believe it. You're walking and people are pointing at you. People are talking to you and stigmatizing you. She was back. Before you knew it, even she hadn't gone to rehab before. By the time she started telling her story, she was back in, she went into rehab. She was there for a full year. So a safe community, non-judgmental, so important, where you can share your stories and feel truly seen and supported. Then the last one is self-care practices, faith practices, mindfulness, creative expressions, spiritual restoration. They all play vital roles in sustainable recovery. I plugged myself into a community. So that community helped me. I took care of myself. I would journal, I would write, I would exercise. I would, connect with people that will help me. I got into SECA. I got into Well Pray International. SECA helped me understand what I was going through psychologically. Well Pray helped me spiritually. I go to church. They all played roles. By the time I was done with a lot of things, now in hindsight, in teaching people how to recover from substance use or relapse prevention, I figured that the 12 steps of healing, 12 steps of recovery, was things that I did without even knowing that I was following a prototype. It's actually documented, but that's what I was doing without knowing it. So obviously, holistic wellness, like they say, nakulabo. There is the part where you have to take care of yourself there, and there is the spiritual part, right? So this is me. I've talked about this. I've witnessed this kind of healing firsthand at Flourish Life Center, because we've served as a drop-in center for the last 3 years. It's a place where we help women discover their strength and rebuild their lives and truly flourish again. Listen, one woman shared with me last week and said, I came to Flourish broken, but I started believing in myself again. And that's what healing looks like. Not perfection, but courageous, progress. I don't like it when women feel as if their lives are over. We were born to suffer, we were born to die. I heard of a Muslim girl yesterday, 28-year-old, first child of 10 children. She got married at age, I think 16. And then she's had 5 children, and all the 5 children are dead. All of them dead. And then the husband threw her out. And then her parents are dead. And she's the first of 10 children. She went back to school at 28. She decided that she was going to go back and blossom again. Listen, we can go through a lot of things, but the choice to blossom dwells inside of you. And like I said, it starts with awareness. So if you know a woman who has gone through all of this, it's very important that, let them know that healing is possible. So the impact of a woman's health extends far beyond her life. Her daughters learn peace. Your children learn from you. Your daughters learn from you. Your sons learn empathy instead of ego. Her community gains a leader who transforms suffering into service. Every woman who finds wholeness creates ripples that touch generations. I have told myself, I have a 3-year-old boy, but I have started teaching him empathy for the women in his life. I will tell my son, hold my hand and pull me up. Not because he can really pull me up, because my weight is, times 10 of his. However, it is on purpose. I am teaching him particularly how to learn empathy, how to be able to see me. So I've started teaching him about emotions. My son will look at me and ask me, Mama, are you happy? Are you sad? And I'm always happy, Baba. Okay, but today I'm sad. Then he will ask you, why are you sad? Then I tell him why I'm sad. Then because it's what I do to him, he started to ask me, what can I do? Or what can we do? Or what can you do to make yourself happy right now? We need to start having those conversations with our children, right? So normalize mental health conversations in your homes, in your workplaces, in your communities. Make it safe to say, I'm struggling, without fear of judgment. Make it safe. Very important. If you don't make it safe, everyone will keep going around as if they're well, and then one day the person falls apart and you start saying, but we did not know she was going through stuff. It's now like a tree that looks so good outside, but termites have eaten up inside, and it's left with just the carcass. What are the termites? Mental health challenges, right? Teach young girls authentic strength. Real strength includes softness. You can be vulnerable. You can have the wisdom to seek when it is needed. Support women-centered healing spaces. You need to champion those things. Trauma-informed environments for women's recovery and restorations. If you know someone who is going through that, tell them to get into rooms where they're having those conversations. Because when a woman is falling apart, the whole house falls apart. If you notice, dear man, if you don't allow your ego get in the way, have you noticed that when your wife is at home, the house has a bit of warmth? That's why they say the woman is the hearth of the house. Hearth is the heating place of the house. The woman actually sets the setting, the emotional setting of the house. Not just because she's bringing food, not just because she's doing cooking, or she's the one making the house come together, but because she has the ability to make that house feel like a home. So if you know your wife is struggling, channel her somewhere where she can find some help. Because when that woman is doing well, your house will be better. I know many women. I was having a conversation with my pastor a few days ago, and then she was telling me about someone whose wife, the woman struggled with this man all his life. In fact, they moved into their house when the house was just, they didn't even have doors on the house. They were living open door, as in, now it's sack, they used to do window. Then they built the house even has a swimming pool. She suffered through life with him. Then they started making money, then she had cancer, she passed. The next thing, within 6 months, they were begging this man to marry, and I was upset. I said, why would that be? Because if the reverse was the case, that woman may never remarry. I know a woman who watched her husband and sons being shot to death in front of her. She never got married again. She didn't have any other children. She just put herself in church. But if reverse was the case, they would tell the man to marry. They said because the man can't handle himself, because the woman is the head of the house, accept it or not. As much as many parents try to make women look like we are a rehabilitation center, send them there, make him marry, his head go correct. Once he's married, he'll be responsible. I don't like that thing. A man should heal before he finds a whole woman. Because if he is carrying his own baggage and he goes to meet a woman or marries a woman who is dealing with her own trauma, but forging through life, it is a disaster waiting to happen. Because the children will now start to, the first space that a child learns what wholeness is from the home. That's why they say the family unit is the first level where healing must start. So send your woman somewhere, send your wife, send your mom, let them go, let them have that. Every woman deserves to flourish, not just to survive, but to truly come alive again. So today you've taken an important step by being here, by listening, opening your heart to hear this truth. Whether you're struggling or you're supporting someone who is, or simply seeking to understand, you matter in this story of healing. Seeking help is not a sign of weakness. Recovery is possible. Wholeness is within reach. And every woman, including you, your wife, your sister, your mother, deserves a chance to flourish. Because when a woman truly flourishes, the family flourishes. When the family flourishes, the society as whole world flourish. So thank you. I've come to the end of my session. I hope we have questions. I'll be glad to take any one of them. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Please, let's unmute. Let's take this time to ask our questions. We can take a screenshot.
I just got this now. I'm sorry, OBK. She says that the man took the child saying, I'm not fit to be a mother. Imagine this. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry about this, Sumaya. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But let me tell you what always happens. A child always finds their mother. The child will find you. Don't worry. Okay? I'm sorry about this. Okay. You can go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was calling for comments, feedback in your session. Dr. Kunle says, wow, this is fire. Thank you, Coach Tega. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I believe we have gotten something. I know there are some areas we've not touched on. Perhaps we'll look at them in subsequent editions, or you can as well reach out to Coach Tega via all of her social media handles. Get in touch with her, visit the Flourishing Center, know what they do, ensure that you're part of what is going on there, recommend or refer someone to Coach Tega's services. It's important that we live mentally healthy. Like mentally healthy, it's important that you tell yourself, I will live mentally healthy. I remember during the week, I came back, and while I was eating, I needed to reach my phone, and something just told me, you had better sit there and finish your food. If you stand, you are going to fall down. I said to myself, listen, I had to leave the phone, finish the food, and I laid down. The urge to reach for the phone, reach for this one, I told myself, you don't try it. If you stand with the way your body is doing it, you're going down. And it can be something else. I think sometimes too, there is that urge to discountenance or disregard those subtle signals the body gives us. Those subtle signals. You know that the way your heart is palpitating, that is no longer calm, but then you're still walking up and down. Then the next one, boom, the person goes down and said it's cardiac arrest. And then look at all of the situations you have alluded to, particularly for the women. I'm just saying from the point of a man, there is that tendency to say, oh, I'm fit, I can do it, I can walk it, I can, and all of that. So this is one session that challenges us to take our health seriously. Yes, Dr. Kunle, you can unmute yourself, sir.
I've done that. Coach Sega, thank you very, very much for this emotional, amazing session. Thank you so much. I just want to ask a question. You know, from what you have said, a lot of women are going through, you know, the what you have been narrating for some minutes. A lot of women, but the primary problem is that most of them, they don't want to seek help. That denial is there. And then with the family pressure always heaping pressure on the woman. So how, especially with our culture, how do we solve this problem? I know somebody in the family, as much as you are asking, please, you need help, you need this. No, I don't need help, I don't need, and you are trying to convince such people, they will always say no. How do we solve this challenge? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So, you know, why people don't ever accept is that cultural value of burnout. I am strong. I want to be known as strong. My mother was strong. Me, now, I am from a family of strong women. My grandmother was an enterprising woman who did amazing with, even in the village at the time. Her husband was a catechist and she did amazing. So they knew that, oh, they are strong in their house. My mother and her sister, they are strong in their house. My mother had us, they are strong in their house. Females are strong in our family. Okay, no, so I had my son, my oldest sister waited for a few years before she had her son. My second sister waited for 14 years before she had a second child. Then I waited for 10 years. So my sister, in the hospital, one of the nurses did something. They didn't feed my son for like 2 hours interval when I just had him. So my sister came from Guarimpa really upset. And then when she came there and saw me crying, because I was crying that my pain was, even if you're upset with me or my friend, that's the nurses, why would you take it out on an infant? You know, I was crying. My sister walks into my room and says, why are you crying? In our family, we're strong women. We don't cry. Immediately, I dried my eyes and said, hey, we're strong women. Now, let's go. But at that time, I didn't want to be strong. Thank God for mental health understanding. I just told my sister, I said, right now, I'm not strong. You, that you're strong, go and fight. I'm a last born. Today, I want to be a last child. And then she looked at me and went away. But we must acknowledge the mortality of ourselves. Many of us don't even realize that we are mortal men. We just think that we just keep going. Where we are channeling our strength to is not where we should channel it to. Your strength is understanding that you are mortal and you must do what you need to do to keep yourself alive for longer. So education, awareness, having these conversations, it helps women. I went for a program, Women with Stories, and I sat among 10 women and they were telling their stories. Goodness, all of the women had, as in we were all crying. Everybody, none of the stories were the same, but all of them were so emotional. That's where I heard about the woman who watched her son and her sons and her husband get killed in front of her. That woman, something has snapped in her brain, but she doesn't even know, because guess what? She needs to be strong. She has not processed that pain. One day when she decides to process the pain or something happens, and then people will now say, oh, have you ever watched that thing on Crime and Investigation, Women Who Kill? Why do women come to that point? Because they don't process what they are dealing with or going through per time. So at some point, it becomes overwhelming. It's like sweeping things under the carpet, sweeping things under the carpet. One day, you will have to sweep all of it out, and it will be more than you can handle. So awareness and education. And then, of course, people like me who come out and talk about the struggles that we have dealt with, but look at us now. Those kind of things allow people to say, okay, I can speak about myself too. Okay, I can talk about this too. Like this woman now, Sumaya, who just shared what happened with her leg and her child being taken from her. If she rises from this, she will be able to speak, and other women will be able to speak. And by the time all of us are speaking our truth, more women will know that I'm not alone. I can talk about my struggles. It does not make me less a woman, and it doesn't make me weak. Yes, sir. Those are ways that we can.
Madam Sumaya, are you on the call? Yes. Do you have a feedback or you want to react?
Hello?
Yes, I was asking if you have a feedback to some of the lessons we've learned today.
Oh yeah, it's actually a great session, and I really enjoy it. As I said, I'm a women advocate. The reason why I started out this organization is to help women in my society, because I figured there's a lot of knowledge gap, especially when it comes to mental health. And at the moment, we're planning a program for awareness of mental health here in Sokoto, because in this our society, a lot of women are not aware of that, and they are struggling so much. They are taking up all the weight of the family, work, business, and all. And I feel like this is a very great initiative that you have, Coach Tega. And my other question is, if you have any platform where I and my team can learn more about women empowerment, so that we can use it in our organization in empowering women in our society, I think that would be great.
Okay, so I don't have any, but because you have said this, I will create something. And then we'll put it on the group. And then if you can just get into the SECA community, so that when it's created, you can be part of it and know when it's going to kick off.
Okay, so how can we know when it has started?
Okay, that's why I said if you can find a way to get into the SECA community. I don't know if you are in either the life coaching or the OSP.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Corridor, please reach out to Madam Sumaya with our details so that she can get in touch with us, and then we can continue the conversation from there.
All right, so we already have her details, so yes, I'll just reach out to her.
Okay. You may also have to reach out, take our phone number down, Madam Sumaya, just in case you don't have it. I'm looking for it, but Corridor can still share again so that you can capture it. Do well to reach out to us. We will definitely support where we can, and of course, connect you with Coach Tega. All right, thank you very much. Yes, Madam Sewande, Yewande, sorry. I hope you have your question, or is it a contribution? Please go ahead, ma.
All right, thank you very much. Coach Tega, thumbs up. That was an amazing presentation. My contribution is, just like Coach Tega is into therapy and all other things, I'm a gender advocate. I'm actually a lawyer by profession, 20 years post-call. I run a non-profit organization, gender-based too. So I understand what she's talking about perfectly well. The issue we have in our society now is the fact that women are seen and not heard. That's a general perception. We just see them, we do not want to hear them. So the few women that are coming up and are being heard are either stigmatized or are classified as feminists. That is by the side. Now, the best way we can actually help these women thrive as they are going through, or they have gone through, or they will go through, is to keep creating awareness. Keep creating awareness. Our religious organizations, what are you doing to give these women a voice? If they are being abused, or they are experiencing any form of narcissism or any form of discrimination, can they come out openly to say it? Someone like me, I've been against religious organizations for a long time. Even as an ordained worker in my church, they know when a woman has a problem, I'm the first person she will come and meet. And I will analyze it without looking at anybody's face, to the best of my knowledge and ability. Why? Because I believe every woman has a voice. Even if you catch a woman in adultery, they know that if nobody listens to her, I will listen to her. What led you to that? Why did you do it? We listen, we don't judge. I think when we have that mindset, we will give more women leverage, and they know when they have issues, they can come out openly to talk without snapping. Like I almost said Pastor Tega, like Coach Tega said. Hey man, you already are. Like she rightly said, there's this point where you snap, and you snap when you're not being heard, when you're being muffled, where you've suppressed that emotion for too long, and you just come out. You're like, I'm done. When she spoke about postpartum depression, I've been there. I say it out now. I talk to people. When it comes to some of these issues, I've been there. I tell women, you can be married and thrive. You can be in a profession where people feel, you're too this, and you can still come out, maintain your home, and be there. So really, we need to help women have a voice. I thank God, I think we have more population of men on this platform than women. But please, whatever can be done by your organization, we need to organize more programs where women know it's okay not to be okay. I tell people, sometimes I shut down. I declare personal public holiday for myself when I'm stressed. I run my office, I don't shut down. My phone is on flight mode. Clients, feel free to get another lawyer. I just want to be myself. I just want to Netflix and be normal again. If it means spoiling myself, let me spoil myself silly. So we need to keep sending that message across without necessarily doing this women emancipation or gender feminism thing. Thank you. I don't want to take too much time. Thank you, and God bless the organizers of this program. Coach T, you're my mentor. I'm still following you behind, man. Learning at your feet. God bless everybody.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Coach Tega, for that session. It was an eye-opening session. My worry is that we don't have more women on the call. Well, that is a conversation for another day. There is this, I don't know whether it's validated, but there is this general assumption that it will take a lot to get women to learn in the room. You may have to win their hearts, maybe pay for the transport, sponsor them, all of those things to get into the room to hear what affects women. Shtega, I don't know whether you've experienced that. Is it a general thing? The men on themselves can self-sponsor to go learn what will benefit them. But even when a woman knows this thing benefits me, I don't know whether it is cultural. They will still have to have that push, that motivation, that appealing, that enticement to go get help. So how do you work around such situation?
In this advent of social media, it is a lot of popularity over values. People want to do the things that they think that will make them popular, make them liked, and so if it's not any of those things or bringing them money, it's not something that they really want to get involved in. But forgetting that when you have value, when you get into personal development and you add value to yourself, you have impact, your influence increases, and then of course automatically your income increases. We don't even realize that. So I think, of course, education and I believe that we should have more positive role models come out, because when people see that they are positive role models, they want to be like those models as well. But when people don't come out and want to be those models, nobody wants to be like that. If everybody comes out and wants to be a twerking female that is just doing a BBL and just wants to twerk and all of that, they will be probably more, they will have more followers than the one who wants to go through the work. Hard things, anything that is uphill is always difficult to get people to come into. So when people, you have positive role models, I beg them to come into the room. If you are a positive role model, don't be silent. Have conversations. Talk about these things. That's why we respect people like Ibukun Awoshika, we respect the Okonjo Iwealas, because they have chosen to speak and they are now people that people look up to. So we need to have more positive role models, because when we do that, we now see people wanting to be like that. More people want to be like that. More people want to be like that. But if you have something in your corner, like, no, let me just stay in my corner. I don't want anybody to know me. I just like my space. We're going to have less people coming into the spaces of, impact and inspiration, I believe.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so, so much. I would advise that we do the best we can to watch the replay. You can request for the replay via the number we shared earlier. So request for the replay, take your time, look at the sessions again, see what will work for you and how you can quickly start applying them. It will not work for you if you don't apply any of them. So see what works and how you can quickly apply them. If it means looking at your calendar and how you take rest, you may have to look at that. If it means looking at the type of food you eat and how you relax, you have to look at that. Look at it critically and find a way to stay healthy and mentally well as a man, as a woman. Thank you so much, Ma. It has been a wonderful session, and I believe we got value from your class. Thank you, Ma. Okay, our conversation continues. Just a reminder that the life business and executive coaching class is coming up November 19th to 23rd. Don't miss it. Coach Tega had gone through that class and other courses, and you can see the quality that she brings to the table. You too can do so much more than that by arming yourself, retooling yourself. If you're a woman, I would strongly advise that you take that class because it helps you to have that necessary tool to be able to empower other women, because we really, really need that. We really need that. 19th to 23rd November, it is fully virtual, so you can join from anywhere you are in the world. The fee is 500,000, meaning you can start paying right now, or should you want to pay immediately, everything, there's no problem. So just do what works for you and ensure that you are in that class. And do not get limited because you don't have the total fee right now. You can reach out to us and come up with a payment plan that best suits you so that you'll be in that class and you'll be thoroughly equipped. Everyone that goes through that class is equipped to join the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, which is a bigger umbrella body of coaches all over Nigeria, and of course, prepared to do so much more if you want to move into the membership of the International Coaching Federation. You can understand how powerful and effective that class will be for you if you are there. We parade top-notch global coaches who will help you to learn what it means to be not just a life coach, but a business coach and an executive coach. You really cannot afford missing that certification course. Interestingly, our next facilitator is a member of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. they can understand what we are doing today. We just wanted to get better. And that's why we are bringing all this heavyweight. And he is a member of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. He's been on the call from, I think, 9:45 a.m. He's been on the call, Coach Abdurrahim Orie Abba. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, while we wait for... Yes, please go ahead, sir. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. How are you doing, Chibike?
Yes, I'm doing great. Yes.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir. I like this picture, but I know if the video comes up, it will be something spectacular, if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, sorry. I just need to, that's why I wanted to switch. I just need to switch the devices. Just give me 2 minutes.
All right. So like I mentioned, our next facilitator is a heavyweight coach. I like today's edition. Is an emphasis on you becoming better. From what Mr. Samuel said in the morning, the coaching place is an enormous sector you need to explore. Coach Tega is in the drug substance recovery space, in the mental health space, and you can see the impact he's making and it will make in the years to come. So you find out that when you get into rooms like that and you have that empowerment, it just helps you to become so much more than you would have been if you were not in that room. So our next facilitator is Coach Abdurrahim Oriaba. He is an executive and advanced integrative life coach. He is a business consultant. He is a sales and marketing professional with over 2 decades working with multinational organizations. He is a distinguished Toastmaster, the highest leadership and communication award. He has the highest leadership and communication award with Toastmasters International. He has served in that organization at various levels. He is a member of powerful professional bodies like ACON, NIMN, IMC, ELCAN, with certificate courses from global organizations like SECA Africa, OLCA, KBS, amongst others. He is an EFT, TFT, and NLP practitioner. He is BDSP, that's Business Development Specialist Practice Consultant, and inspirational speaker. He loves to read, increase valuable knowledge, provoke thinking, and drive good cars. It is the good cars. I added that one. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. When I heard that, I thought I was the one that said, okay, because something's happening here. But okay, I grab it. I'm grabbing it. I own it. I own it.
But actually, Coach Oriaba has an eye for good cars. Not just good cars, cars that have good engine. Not the cars that have body parts. Cars that have good engine. Like cars that you can take from here to maybe Zungeru or maybe to Mubi. Cars that cars that will not park you on the road. He has an eye for that, and I hope to be like him when I grow up. Yes, you have the
want to be like. It's all right. Thank you very much, Ibuke. It's always a pleasure to be here to share knowledge and transitions. And the most important thing is the more we share, the more we learn, and the more we grow. Circle is a fantastic place to be. All the members too are fantastic. The speakers, Samuel, Ortega, you guys are fantastic. The introduction into what we do here is just simply awesome and amazing. So in order to wrap it up, right, we've all been coaches and we understand how the platform works and how we impact people. So if I say something today to be quite amazing, I intended to give a particular presentation, right, on one of my very, very coveted speeches, which has to do with the power of words and how it influences who we are, our strength, and how it affects us as individuals, right? It was going to be a very deep one, and I wasn't so sure how many people would turn up. When I started it, I now heard the conversation and in the line of flow, I said, okay, instead of giving that one, because that would take us in a different direction, I brought up another presentation, right? Which is speak to communicate, because I've just realized too that everybody has a major challenge. So I said, let's see how we can speak to communicate. And be just amazed, right? In the past 10 minutes, I said, rather than speak to communicate, let's try speaking in public, because I realized that that is also a major thing. So in the last 10 minutes, I'm sure that's why I was trying to switch it, also get that into the mix and see how we can work with speaking in public. Because as individuals, that's one major challenge we have, speaking in public. Why do we speak in public? Why should we speak in public? And what advantages does it have? What I'll do is I'll give you the speak to communicate, and then we'll switch over to speak in public. I'll do that in 10 minutes and then switch over to 10 minutes and then run it up in 10 minutes so that way we have a clear, at least we can have a bit of both worlds and it will look very interesting for all. All right. So let's see. Let's start here and let's see how we can do this in 10 minutes. Okay. So let me see. Can you see my slide? Just confirm you can see my slide. That works.
Yes, I can see your slide, sir.
Okay, brilliant. So let's start with this. Let's have 10 minutes. And while we are there, could you send messages to the other groups and your members and all so that we can see how we can put this together? I'll run it on 2 slides, so that makes it easier for us. And then we can see how we can get the best advantage of today. Everybody speaks, everybody talks, but the thing is, do you really communicate? What are you saying? How are you saying it? What's the message you're passing across? You see that when you're talking to your spouse, you're a different person. We are talking at work, you're a different person. We are talking to your girlfriends. Oh my God, we all know what happens right there, right? You're a different person. And then when you're talking to your children, you're a different person. When you're talking to your workers, you're a different person. The question now is, are they getting the message you are passing across? Are you passing the message across how you should pass the message across? And what is their perception of the message you are passing across? So there are different angles to how we see it. Some people just talk. Some people just speak. And others just make noise. But the real thing is, at the end of the day, is, are you communicating? Right? It's who I am. Chima has already put in an introduction, but the truth is this, and I always like to put this here, I am 100% made in Nigeria. I love this country. As some people say, we die here. But I love this country. We are blessed and highly resourceful. So now let's look at the quality of life first to understand where we're going to. Feel free to drop your comments, feel free to drop your emojis, feel free to participate. But first off, I'd like to see, if you're here and you're listening, just type speak in the chat room. Let me know those that are in the kitchen, those that are by their system, those that are binging Netflix, those that are flipping to Instagram. Let us know those who are here in the house. Click on, just drop speak in the chat room. Now we are getting them. Yes, we are getting them. We are getting them. Only one person. 2, 3. So I've been speaking to myself. Incredible. Incredible. I have been speaking to myself. Chima, where is everybody? Are we sure there are no avatars in this building? Where's everybody? Okay, there are 4 people. Let's see. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Your quality of life. First, what's the average life expectancy for the human being? 70 to 23. Imagine. Comes down to Africa, that's about 64. Come down to Nigeria, that's about 55. So what's your quality of life? So imagine going through life, not being able to communicate freely or not being able to pass the message across how you should have passed it across. And if the people you have been talking to, they don't really understand what you are saying. Then look at the average life trajectory of Nigerians at 55. And some people in this room are 40, 50. Ask yourself, what is the value of your communication? Have you been getting the results that you should be getting? The response you get is the meaning of your communication. I'm sure you know that from NLP. So if you talk to people and they don't respond how they should respond, you should know clearly that your method of communication has been wrong. So no, people can actually get better across all walks of life, right? And once they are guided on the fundamental principles, they get better. Question is, are you ready to take the lead? Your style of communication determines how well you'll be a leader or thereabout. But let's take a look at it. We're going to 3 parts, right? What happens in your mind first before your mouth speaks? Everything happens here, which is internal. Then the speech that you're going to bring out, that's where you bring out the physical part of you. But the external part is what people are going to hear. So what's going on in your mind? What's going on in your mind? Are you afraid? Are you thinking? Are you second guessing? Are you worrying? Right? So before I even check into that, the first thing is, if you're worrying, how will this sound? How will I sound? What will they say? What's going on in your head? You need to get your head right first. And that's why I wanted everybody to be here. So we're going into the next phase. But first, before we go to the next phase, let's ask this simple question, right? What are people mostly scared of? What are people mostly scared of? And that's why I chose this topic. What are people scared of? What is it? In chat room, type it. Top 10 fears in the world. What's the number 1? Or number 2? Or number 3? All right? Feel free, type in the chat room. Rejection, death. Allah says public speaking, being broke, incredible. Scared of making mistakes. Oh, really? Incredible. That's nice. That's nice. Who else? What is Sumaya saying? Sumaya said we are here, but we have not seen Sumaya say anything yet. Where is Kunle? Scared of making mistakes. If I tell you what it is, it'll be interesting. It will interest you to know that in as much as we have all this, guess what it is? Number 1 is public speaking. So imagine the tension in everybody's eyes. You go on stage and people are looking at you, you will almost disappear. So people will rather die than speak. Do you get it? They rather die than speak publicly. Why is that? What is it about public speaking that people are scared of? And the truth is this: everybody is a part of public speaking. Tega spoke about it, speaking to her sister, speaking to her child. Whether you like it or not, you will speak. Everybody's negotiating at one point in time, right? So if you're going to go through this process, I'm going to ask everybody, right, quickly. How, in one word, how would you describe the first time you spoke publicly? Just in one word. In one word, how would you describe the first time you spoke in public? What happened? One word. One word. Maximum phrase. How do you describe it? How do you describe it? Just in one word. Blabbing. Incredible, right? Can't remember. There's a child. I feel you. Scared. You know, that's what happens when you want to speak in public. Inaudible. Your voice will just disappear. I know that feeling, right? Your voice will disappear. Your feelings will, how do I put it? Your mind will, how is that word? That phrase. Okay, yes. Your mouth will open, but your heart will sit down. Right? Your mouth will open, your heart will sit down. Words will not come out. Words will fill you. But the truth is, all this can be sorted out. Okay? How do we sort this out? Where do we go? How do we make this happen? Fantastic. So let's see. How do we make this happen? Let's see. In another 10 minutes, let's switch and see what we can do here, then we'll talk to ourselves again. Okay? So in this part, let's see what we can bring out from here. And I'll come back to the second basics. Now, I mentioned I was going to share from two parts. Okay? So we'll come in here. Okay? Why are we here? Really? Speaking in public. Timmy Dionys, the powerful piece, and connect with people. I actually like the last part, where you connect with people. Let them listen. Leave an impression. Okay? Let them listen, leave an impression. But that's not where the highlight is. You need to learn to speak up, build confidence, and make your mark in the process. But first off, why speak? Why speak? This is your everyday superpower. Why speak? You have Mufti Menk here, he speaks. And the thing is not just speaking, but speaking on point. There's a way you pass a message across. It will linger in the ears of your audience for a long time. There are certain things you can actually say that when you say them, it will be embedded in their subconscious. When they go to sleep, they will remember. How do you pass such messages across? How do you ensure that the message you're passing on lives on? What value of communication are you giving to your people, or your audience rather? But first, remember, when you speak, it's not just for politicians. It's about connecting, your influence, and most importantly, how do you make a difference? Tega spoke. You could instantly tell she was passionate about what she was saying. When Samuel to did the same thing, the same response came out. But the question now is, what is it about you when you speak? Abubakar, when you speak, what message are you passing across? Sumaya, when you speak, what message are you passing across? And the crazy part is, are they receptive of the message you're passing across? So remember, it's not just about the big stages, which is the major thing. I put that out deliberately. It's a vital skill you already use every single day, regardless. At the house, yes. At work, yes. Your business, definitely. And the church, most def. When the mosque, you cannot doubt it. What next? He said it. All great speakers were bad speakers at first. Everybody did not start out as they say. They did not. Everybody did not start. So when you open your mouth, when air came out, you know when you spoke, when you tried to speak and nothing came out, trust me, everybody went through it. The first speech I gave in Toastmasters, my hands were sweating. My hands were sweating. I was literally vibrating. But what happened at the end of the day? The speech embodied what I was feeling. The title of the speech embodied who I was at the time. And the single phrase that captured it could tell you who I was. And the phrase was, I stood up, but my heart sat down. That was the first topic I gave. And that was my inquiry into this. But you need to tame the butterflies. And this is what I want everybody to go through. When you want to tame the butterflies, right, what happens? When you want to speak, let's try this for a second, all right? Everybody put on your videos. Put on your videos, because I need this. This is where it comes to the mindset first. Put on your videos. Let's see everybody here. Come on now. Let's see. Put on your videos. Let's see those that are here. Put on your videos. Yes. Wear the scarf. Put on your videos. Let's see. Who is here? Put on your videos. Come on. Kunle, Morayo, I can see you. Abisola, come on. Yakin, yes, that's you. Put on your videos. Come on. Let's see. So we only have men. You see, we have men. Oh God, men. What can this world be without men? Eh? No woman has put on her video. Can you see? No woman. Just men. All right? I'm sure they're laughing in the background. Anuola, yes, I can see you. First off, what I need you guys to do is this. Finally, the strongest woman is out. But still men are here. Trust me. Only one man standing for everybody. First off, what I need you all to do is this. First, I need to take a deep breath. Okay? Just leave whatever you're doing. It will take less than 1 minute. I have less than 20 minutes to go. Just take a deep breath. Wherever you are, just take a deep breath. This is a hack I'm giving for free. Take a deep breath. Let's do it. We'll count 1 to 5. Then breathe out on 5. Right? Take a deep breath, count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fill your lungs. Abdul Majid is not in heaven. He's right there in the chest. Then breathe out. Breathe in again. Count to 5. And out. We'll do one more time. Breathe in, count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then out. Now tell me, how did that feel? How did that feel? In the chat room, just type it. How did that feel? How did that feel? If you did it, how did that feel for you? This is just taking a deep breath. So imagine if that was terrific. Relaxing. Thank you. Relaxing. So imagine all you just did, it was less than 5 seconds. All you did was to take a deep breath, and then it was easing, it was relaxing for you. The next question comes to the fore. When you're in a situation of fear and doubt, what is the simplest thing you can do? This is it. So when you want to speak in public, this is your first hack. Take a deep breath 5 times. Fill your lungs and let it go. The second thing, think about the speech end to end. What do you want to say? What is the message you're passing across? How do you want the audience to perceive you? Oh my God. How do you want the audience to perceive you? Do you want them to perceive you as somebody that's confident? Do you want them to perceive you as somebody that's knowledgeable? Do you want to see them laughing? Do you want to see them standing? Do you want to see them falling off their chairs? Do you want to see them in a state of chaos? How do you want to see your audience? You visualize it clearly. So imagine you visualize what you want. You have taken a deep breath, you are relaxed, and you step on that stage. Who can stop you? Who can stop you? And nobody. Nobody will stop you. You'll deliver it so eloquently because you're equipped. You've seen yourself through the process. You've relaxed your nerves. And then what else? What else are you looking for? What else is holding you back? So once you get that right, you prepare. Don't crown. Prepare. Know your points. And then your audience will fall in line. By the time you have that all done, right? What next? Quiet. As a child, when children meditate, imagine you meditating, just giving yourself that pause. And we're going to go into that, which is also very critical, what the pause does. But before you get there, you need to understand this. This is a hack. To plan your talk, know why. Know the reasons you want to deliver it. But most important, like I always say, prepare. If you're not prepared, you can't deliver the speech. Okay? So grab their attention. Remember when I started, how did I start? I give you guys a recap quickly of what was happening. But before then, when OBK introduced me, I talked about the cars. I grabbed onto it and I said, yes, I grab it, I grab the cars. What that was doing was just for me to register in your minds. All right? And then, what next? We proceed very simply. These are the easy building blocks for the topic. Very simple, very straightforward. Okay, but I'd like us to go to the pitch and pause. And why I'll be doing this is very simple. One thing is we have done the foundational work. Once you get the quietness, the meditation, the breath, you've relaxed and you visualized it, you have your speech, you've seen it in clear action. What is left for you to do? Right? Makes it easy. And that's why I brought to you here. They say 85% of how we communicate is in your body language. It's not what you really say. It's not what you really say. It's in your body language. So let's talk about your body. Your eyes. You know, there's this famous saying in Yoruba, they'll say, hey God, before, who is here that speaks Yoruba? So you don't come and you don't get me at the end of the presentation, right? Ojú lọ̀rọ̀ wà, right? What that simply means is the discussion, the conversation is in the eyes. When I'm talking to you and say, how are you doing today? What's going on? Can you hear me? Are you paying attention? And when I say this in the same words, can you hear me? Are you paying attention? Do you see what you are doing? Are you here in this class? Are you enjoying yourself? All I just did was just in my eyes. I squint my eyes a little bit. You perceive me as serious. I open my eyes. You perceive me as a threat. So what value of communication are you taking away from it? So that is where you need to understand your body language. So that's just the eyes I've used. Your mouth, your hands, your shoulders, your chest, and your gesticulations. How you put everything together tells a lot. So once you know this, I can tell you, you know peace. Know your body language, how your body works. You know, some people, when they're talking to you, when some people are talking to you and they're not even facing. Should you continue talking? They are facing the door. That tells you, leave, just forget it. They're not interested in you. Or if somebody's talking to you, but rather than look at you, they're looking left, they're looking right, they're dodging you, that no eye contact. What does that mean? And then, this is the one I love. The tone of the voice. When you lower the tone of your voice, right? You grab the audience. You grab attention. You grab their focus just by lowering your voice. They pay more attention. Just the way you are paying attention to what I'm saying right now. All right? And then you have the speaking platform. When you go on stage, that's a different thing entirely. How do you take over control of your speaking platform? So go through the few things basically. Who can tell me the first guy, what is he doing? In the chat room, quickly. The first picture. What does that represent? Let's see. What does that represent? Let's see those that are here and those that are on Netflix. The first picture, what does that represent? They've gone back to YouTube. We are here. He's unsure. Thank you very much, Mariah. Again, thinking of what to say. Fantastic. Uninterested and unhappy. Fantastic. Eh? Askams. Incredible. What about the lady in the middle? What's she saying? The lady in the middle with the blue denim. What's she saying? What's she saying? The lady in the middle. What's she saying? I like you. Fantastic. Go on. She's attentive. Fantastic. She's interested. All right. I got some great people in the house today. And then the last lady, what is she saying by just covering her mouth? Yeah, composure and confidence. Fantastic. The last lady, what is she saying? Covering her mouth. She's amused. Yeah, true. What else? What is she saying? What is she saying? She's covering her mouth. Apart from being amused, what else? We'll go to some stunned. Oh, yes. Thank you, Anola. Thank you, Dr. Ginika. She's not sure. Thank you very much. So when you have all this going through, it already tells you the value of your communication, how the body language works. But we're not going to go there. We're going to go a little bit deeper, right? Now we have different types. What the body says. Different postures pass different messages. This is a good one. And let's go back to your parents. When I believe everybody here was from maybe from the 70s or the 80s or the 60s and the 50s, right? Our parents of those days, especially our mothers, God bless them and God bless their souls. They will talk to you with their eyes. They will talk to you with their mouth. They will talk to you with their hand, right? They will look at you. You know exactly what to do. Not like Gen Z of today. Eat the food and your mother will look at you with her own eyes. Stand up at the time you're not supposed to stand up. By the time she looks at you, you understand instantly what she says. She has not said a word. And same thing, the body passes a lot of messages without actually saying words. This is now where you get it. You need to understand why are you placing your hands. When you have somebody do this, right? The hands are folded. They're hiding something. They're not sure. They're afraid. Right? You are talking to somebody, the directions of their feet. Is it pointing towards the door? Is it pointing away? Is it pointing to you? Or is it pointing in different directions? That tells a lot. How are they standing? How are they positioned? What are the facial expressions that you are seeing? And the whole lot. Or you see somebody step into the office. How are they walking? Are they slumped? Or you go to the counter, you need to buy your tickets to fly out, and you see the ticketer looking down and sad. What do you do? At that point in time, you know that probably the person is overwhelmed from attending to a lot of people. One nice word will change their day and change yours, right? Eye contact, we've spoken to that already, all right? Next, you have the facial part. The part is respect, understanding, and confidence, but the how you hold your head, especially when you're putting your eye contact. Remember, this is another hack. When you're shaking somebody, especially for the men, lock the eyes for 3 seconds while you hold the handshake. And this is another class I have for men, right? Once you lock in the handshake, look them dead in the eyes and hold the handshake for at least 3 seconds. Count it 1, 2, 3, and let it be firm. You're passing a message of confidence. You're passing a message of assurance. You're also passing a message that you know what you're saying. All right? Star moments. Now, last, okay, this, if we're in class, I would have run this for you. I wanted to run this, but I realized I have few minutes to go. How do you sound? This is another hack I like you to do to understand your public speaking, right? Pick up your phone and record yourself for 1 minute. Record yourself for 1 minute. Talk for 1 minute and record. Just 1 minute. And play it back and listen. When you, as if you have done that before, you realize some very, very interesting things. I'd like to take this back in the chat room. If you have recorded yourself just to listen to yourself, or if you have recorded, or if you have watched yourself speak, did it sound like you? Did it sound how you thought you sounded? Was the picture and the person speaking a different voice? Or was it the same voice? Right? Was it the same person? Not sure. Okay, fantastic. Okay, you were alarmed when you thank you very much. When you record, you hear a recording of your voice. Who you think you are, what you think you sound like is usually miles apart. Usually miles apart. And that's why you see musicians, they train their voice. Some people when they speak very, very, very fast. They talk in parables, just rumble. And they don't even know that they're speaking fast. And this is something I'll also help you with when we go to the next slide. So we'll see how that works for you. So you need to check whether you're shouting or not, and that comes to your tonality. Just speak with a high tone. Just speak with a high pitch. Just speak in a monotone. How do you speak? One thing is one manner you speak tells a lot about how they're receiving you. You don't know if they want to listen to you, if they're not going to listen to you. So you need to understand your tone. When to speak with a high pitch. But the question now is, why is it that when men are serious and they want to talk to their wives, the baritone comes out? Why does that happen? Why does that happen? I leave that for another day. I'll go deep into that for now. All right. So remember your pace, your pitch, your rhythm, and your pause. The value of your pause tells a lot. And I'll tell you this for free, right? Whenever you want to speak, like I mentioned earlier, when you take those deep breaths, what you're doing is you're taking that pause. It helps you to process, helps you to articulate everything you want to pass across. And then you drop the words slowly. It is better for you to speak slowly, picking your words one by one in a way that makes sense, rather than speaking with pot fillers and things that don't make sense. How most politicians speak when they go and say, the budget for the commissioner said that he's going to that project that we have done. We have spent 25 million to create pathway along the bush path so that people can pass properly. And then we have come to we have come to the conclusion that we are going to bring more resources to the environment so that come on, drop the air, fill it with a pause, replace it with a pause. Okay, we are bringing construction to your locality. We have spent 25 million to ensure that we have created a bush path for you to walk. Slow, deliberate, and meaningful. That is the power of the pause, the pace, the pitch, and the rhythm. I did that all in one, so you could all have it. Same thing here. You could speak too fast or too slow, it's a monotone. But if you want to speak for the stage, you need to understand, especially for coaches, keynote speakers, one thing I always say is whenever you're going to speak, know the venue, understand the platform. If you can't go there the day before, go there early on the day of the event. Look at the platform, work on it, feel it, enjoy it, soak it in. And then know the movement area, know the floor area, know your stance, know the audience, and then stage block, know the parts you can meet, such that you can talk to people at different parts of the room and they don't feel too far. Don't stay at the extreme right, don't stay at the extreme left, don't stay in front and don't stay at the back. Utilize the stage properly. Except if you have to stand by a podium, and in some cases you may not need to stand by the podium. You may need to walk through the crowd so that you're sure that they can feel you. This is knowing how to use your stage properly. And this is what is explained here in stage blocking. But the cool part about the stage blocking is you need to know where to move, where you start, depending on your audience and the stage. But let's put everything together and let's see. What are the things you should do and the things you should not do? What are the do's? Remember to pause. Remember to smile, just like me. Well, no, this is an educating smile. Project your body openly and then you have your meaningful movements. What else? Maintain eye contact. Some things you should not do when you speak, right? Don't hurry. Don't leave the stage prematurely. Some people are in a hurry. Before the MC comes to the stage, they're rushing off. Wait, do a proper handshake and then leave. Don't back your audience. Don't turn your back to them, right? Don't walk away and don't overpace. Manage your movements, all right? Do not maintain extreme corners. Like I mentioned, extreme right, extreme left, extreme right back, extreme left back, and the likes. Once you're done that, you're good. You put it all together. You master what your body language feels like. You have brilliant eye contact. You've captured your stage. And at the end of the day, what is it? You're a professional speaker, all in one. This is just a crash course, but there's a course that handles this effectively, whereby we can teach you how to speak like an executive, like a CEO, like the leader that you're meant to be, and to be a perfect communicator. I have this. It may take some time and it's already out of my time slot, but I'd love you to have this video. You can just type the name, you can screenshot it. It's called the TEDx speech by JP Phillips. All right? TEDx speech by JP Phillips. I'd like you to go in your spare time to watch it. What I'll do is I'll give like a 2-minute introduction so that you can see what it looks like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my passion and to my love, and according to my wife, my mistress in life.
Yes, what I'll do here is I'll give you just a 5-minute introduction so that you can see it. When you go onto YouTube, you can always find the speech. You can watch it to the end, and he combines everything I've spoken about in one video. So regardless of the fact that you're in your space where you are right now, you can go back and watch it and combine everything together. What your body language looks like, what your educated smile looks like, what pauses and the value of pauses in your speech, how you can increase your tone to pass a message across, how you reduce it to engender concentration and capture your audience. Everything is here. But like I said, let me give you 5 minutes intro and then go to the questions.
7 years ago, I embarked on a journey to analyze 5,000 public speakers from all over the world, amateurs and professionals, in order to distill and understand what makes a good speaker good. What makes a great speaker great, and what makes an outstanding speaker outstanding. The result? 110 core skills, with loads of sub-skills. So what does it look like? It looks like this. These are the 110 core skills, and the equation is simple. The more of them you fulfill, the greater you are. Now, 110 skills, that's quite a tad too many to go through in one TED Talk, don't you agree? So what I've done is I've picked out my absolute favorites, and I'd like to show you a demonstration of what it can look like. Imagine that this chair is something that you want somebody else to believe in. You want somebody else to buy into this. This is your idea. This is you wanting to make your voice heard. This gives you two options. Either you're on this side of the chair and you're a fairly mediocre communicator, you shoot from the hip, you hope for the best, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Option number two is that you're on this side of the chair and you know exactly what you're doing in every instance of time. You know that by taking a step forward, you increase focus. You know that by tilting your head slightly to the side, you increase empathy. You know that by changing the pace of what you are saying, you increase focus. And you know that by shifting yourself lower,
Thank you very much. I want to believe that at this point in time, you've all trusted me with your time and your patience. I have 45 minutes. I want to believe that I got in on time. And just like we usually say, at this point is where we move to the last part, where it says that, as is usually done, next steps, this is all I need you all to do. Practice, practice, practice 50 times. Practice speaking, practice talking, practice what you say, how you say it. Practice with your voice, added vocal variety. Practice your movements when you're coming forward and back. Practice lowering yourself when you want to increase attention. Practice reducing your voice. Practice using the pause. Practice the pacing of your words. Practice identifying your words very, very carefully, such that once you use them, they dropped with impact. But most importantly, practice coming for the Pan-African webinar every last week of the month. And with that being said, my name is Abdul Rahim Oriagba. I'm an executive integrative life coach, but that is on the side. What I really am is a visionary, a trend catcher. I go to paths where people hardly go, and I leave a trail so that others can follow. I help you move from where you are to where you intend to be. And I help you in your businesses, help your business thrive, help you thrive by helping you think properly through situations. That being said, I'm ready for your questions, and let's wrap it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic class on communication and speaking well. Yes, we can unmute and give Coach Oriagba a feedback. What has it been like? Fantastic class. Fantastic. I like that of the tone, the tone says it all. Particularly in this part particularly in this part of the world where we have a lot of okay, so basically, I
That's
think
true.
basically is something we repeat it over and over again. Basically, what I'm saying, and then so I like the way out you suggested. Why don't you have pauses in between sentences? For me too, I also like to ask myself, how can I connect the last sentence to the next sentence? How does this word connect to the next sentence? So that way it gives me a flow of what I will say. If I'm to speak about several things, how do I layer my speech such that the word connects to the next and it connects to the next? That way, I don't have to ask myself, how do I fill in the gaps? I just know that if I say effectiveness and I want to sell community, how will I connect effectiveness to community? And if my ultimate goal is to sell coaching, how do I connect effectiveness to community to coaching? I already have a map, a mental map to the words that connects and how I take each sentence to the next and to the next. Thank you so much, sir, for that. It's an eye-opening class. Like we said, people that are not on the call have missed a lot. It has been a back-to-back challenge for us to develop ourselves, get better. Mr. Samuel laid the foundation, challenging us to see the power of coaching. Whether you step into the room as a coachee or you embrace the opportunity to become a coach, there is power in coaching, a transformative power in that. And Amata Karim came and took it to the next level, where she reiterated that no matter how much you want to be so productive and effective in an area, if we do not deal with distractions, we will find ourselves becoming ineffective. And she re-emphasized that our gadgets, our devices, may be one of those sources of distraction, or may even be the very distractions we need to deal with in our journey to being effective. And of course, Coach Tega now went it, looking at it from the gender lens, that it is possible that because we have not really asked ourselves critical questions as a man or as a woman, particularly for the women folk, critical questions that have to do with becoming aware of your responsibility in being healthy. Of course, effectiveness cannot be achieved if the body is sick. So she pushed us a step further to seeing health, something that we need to do. The thing there is that a healthy person will always speak very well with good training. But if someone has a good training but is not healthy, the challenge of speaking well comes up. I think this is another area Coach Oriaba emphasized, that you have to look at your body language, your gesticulations, your hand movement, your eye contact. If the eye is bulging, you're saying, I love you. And then if it's mild, you just say, I love you. The two things are not saying the same thing. So all of that comes into play. Overall, I think it has to do with our being intentional about our growth, whether it's in the area of career or health or finance, in whatever area, being intentional. And that will help us so much. Coach Ariabo, how can we get to know you? Do you have a website we can go to? Do you have a social media page we can go to? How do we get to know you more, sir?
Okay, first off, I'll say thank you very much for this opportunity and always being able to contribute and impact. Best way to get me will be on LinkedIn, Abdurrahim Oriagba, right there. And then on Clubhouse every Tuesdays by 8 p.m. I have a live program, live podcast where we review fantastic books. Right now we're reviewing The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. So you could always get me there every Tuesdays. We've been there, never missed a day for over 2 years, 8 p.m. So you want to fashion how you read and improve your vocabulary, improve your knowledge, and get on the bandwagon of how to start reading and improving your knowledge. You can meet me there every Tuesdays. And on social media handles, oh boy. Yes, Sam has been on my case. Obuketu has been on my case. We'll be there, but Rahim Oriagba at Rahim Oriagba at Rahim RAHEEM Oriagba on Instagram and on social media basically. It's just the same name at Rahim Oriagba. All right. I'll also drop my phone number. I'd like to, it's always good to catch up and meet up with people. So I could drop my phone number in the chat room and we can always connect there, for any session you like. If you want to go into communication, executive coaching, trainings, and the likes, we are here. Thank you so much. And back to you, Chima.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for honoring the invitation. Thank you for your insight. We are very grateful, sir. Thank you. Okay, I can say that we have come to the end of this month's edition of the Pan-African webinar. We promised that we'll be ending at 2 and it's 1:54. Yes, we keep the time at SECA Africa. Thank you so much. Just an emphasis that you should be on the next cohort of the live.
What is the Abunga?
Okay, okay, so you need to be on the next session of the Pan-African webinar and of the next cohort of the live business and executive coaching certification. It started November 19th to 23rd, and then it continues November 19th to 23rd. So it's a Wednesday to Sunday. Wednesday to Saturday starts 9 a.m. to the evening, and Sunday starts 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Please ensure that you're there. It is 100% virtual. It means that you can join from wherever you are across the globe. Do not miss it. Ensure that you secure a spot. Be there, empower yourself. Look forward to the last edition of the Pan-African webinar for the year in November. It will be coming up the last Saturday in November. Ensure you are there and do not miss it. That will be the 20th edition. So we have done the Pan-African webinar for 19 times. So next month will be the 20th edition because we do not have Pan-African webinars January and December. So that informs why it's the 20th edition. Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, you can get the replay. Please reach out to us via the number we shared earlier from SECA Africa. We will share that number again. Reach out to us. We will send the replay to you, and so that you can get everything about it. Just a reiteration that there is a window for you to have SECA Africa come into your organization for the end of the year retreats and performance audits. Anyhow you want it, we can come to your organization or you can come to our space. Do you want a retreat? Maybe a performance review, maybe a workplace appraisal or assessment, whatever it looks like. Because we are coming to the end of business year, you need to sit down with your team and ask critical questions and know where you're coming from, know where you are right now, and know where you need to be. You need a trusted partner, and that partner is SECA Africa. Thank you very much, everyone. This is 1:57 p.m. from Abuja. We are grateful that you joined us from the morning. We look forward to the next edition sometime in November. If you have any question, reach out to us via the number in the chat. We are grateful. Thank you from me and everyone at SEC Africa. We are grateful. We'll see you next time in November. Thank you very much. Bye for now.